report, I will show that social distinctions at this university are. On the other hand, researchers rarely use the RST person for an action that others must repeat to replicate their research. Those words include divide, measure, weigh, examine, and so on. Researchers rarely write sentences with active verbs like this. 15a. I calculated the coefficient of x. Instead, they're likely to write in the passive, because anyone can do that. 15b. The coefficient of x was calculated. Those same principles apply to we, if you're one of two or more authors. But many instructors and editors object to two other uses of we. The royal we used to refer re-exively to the writer. The all-purpose we that refers to people in general. For example, 16. We must be careful to cite sources when we use data from them. When we read writers who fail to do that, we tend to distrust them. In the end, though, those having authority decide. If your instructor or editor forbids I or we, then so be it. When you have that authority, you can make a different choice. Here is anal piece of advice. If you follow our 7 principles, your readers will likely envy your writing clear. But you can test your writing by having someone read it back to you. If that person stumbles over a passage, you can bet your readers will struggle with it too. 11.2 Diagnose what you read. Once you understand how readers judge what they read, you know not only how to write clear prose but also why so much of what you must read seems so dense. You might struggle with some writing because its content is difficult. But you may also struggle because the writer didn't write clearly. This next passage, for example, is by no means the thickest ever written. 15a. Recognition of the fact that grammars differ from one language to another can serve as the basis for serious consideration of the problems confronting translators of the great works of world literature, originally written in a language other than English. But in half as many words, it means only this. 15b. Once we recognize that languages have different grammars, we can consider the problems of those who translate great works of literature into English. So when you struggle to understand some academic writing, and you will, don't blame yourself, at least not RST. Diagnose its sentences. If they have long subjects stuffed with abstract nouns expressing new information, the fault is probably not yours. Unfortunately, the more experience you get reading unclear academic prose, the greater your risk of imitating it. In fact, that risk is common to all professions, academic or not. So remain aware of it as you grow in expertise. 11.3 Choose the right word. Another bit of standard advice is choose the right word. 1. Choose the word with the right meaning. Affect doesn't mean effect, illicit doesn't mean illicit. Commonly confused words are listed in many handbooks. If you're an inexperienced writer, invest in one. 2. Choose the word with the right level of usage. If you draft quickly, you Risk choosing words that might mean roughly what you think they do but are too casual for a formal paper. Someone can criticize another writer or knock him. A risk can seem frightening or scary. Those pairs have similar meanings, but most readers would judge the second in each pair to be a bit loose for academic writing. On the other hand, if you try too hard to sound like a real academic, you risk using words that are too formal. You can think or cogitate, drink, or imbibe. Those pairs are close in meaning, but the second in each is too fancy for a paper written in ordinary English. Whenever you're tempted to use a word that you think is especially NE, look for a more familiar one. The obvious advice is to look up words you're not sure of. But they're not the problem is the ones you are sure of. Worse, no dictionary tells you that a word like visage or perambulate is too fancy for just about any context. The short-term solution is to ask someone to read your paper before you turn it in, but be cautious before accepting too many suggestions. See 7.10. The long-term solution is to read a lot, write a lot, endure a lot of criticism, and learn from it. 11.4 Polish it up. Before you submit your paper, read it one last time to X errors in grammar, spelling, and punctuation. Many experienced writers read from the last sentence back to the RST to keep from getting caught up in the O of their ideas and missing the words. Do not rely solely on your word processing program's spelling and grammar checker. It will sometimes miss words that are spelled correctly but used incorrectly. There/there/there, its/its, to/to. Accept/accept, effect/effect, already/already, complement/complement. Principle/principle, discrete/discrete, and so on, and it will egg constructions like the passive voice when they may be the best choice. See Chapter 20 for more on spelling. If you have used a lot of non-English words, numbers, abbreviations, and so on, check the relevant chapters in Part 3 of this manual. Finally, if your paper has a table of contents that lists titles and numbers for chapters and sections, be certain that they exactly match the corresponding wording and numbering in your paper's body. If in your text you refer back or forward to other sections or chapters, be sure the references are accurate. Some students think they have to worry about the quality of their writing only in English courses. That's not true. Instructors in every discipline appreciate clear and coherent writing, and every course in which you write is an opportunity for you to practice writing better. 11.5 Give it up and turn it in. If one thing is harder than starting to write, it's stopping. We all want another day to get the organization right, another hour to tweak the opening paragraph, another minute to. You get the idea. Experienced researchers know that nothing they write will ever be perfect, and that the bonnet of getting the last 1% or even 5% exactly right is rarely worth the cost. Less experienced researchers should take this lesson to heart. dissertation students in particular agonize over reaching a standard of perfection that exists largely in their own minds. No thesis or dissertation has to be utterly perfect. What it has to be is done. At some point, enough is enough. Page through it one last time to be sure that it looks the way you want it. 2. Look at page breaks, spacing in margins, positions of tables anchors, and so on. Then give it up and turn it in. 12. Learning from comments on your paper. 12.12 Kinds of feedback, advice and data. 12.2 Find general principles in specific comments. 12.3 Talk with your reader. Whether you're a beginner or an advanced researcher, you can learn much from the feedback of careful readers. But to get the most benefit from such comments, whether they are on a draft of anal version, you need to know how to use them. As you develop as a writer and researcher, you will receive feedback from many different readers, some, like teachers and editors, having authority over you, and others being people whose responses you seek out. Experienced writers know that nothing is more valuable than comments from a trusted reader. None of us can accurately judge the way readers will respond to our writing, for the simple reason that we know too much about it. We need readers to show us, through their responses, what we got right and where we went wrong. 12.12 Kinds of feedback, advice and data. Commenting on a paper is hard, even if a reader is being paid to do it. When giving feedback, that reader's responsibility is to be honest and to try to be helpful. Your responsibility as a writer is to make the most of the comments you receive. To do that, you must decide whether to treat a reader's comments as advice, observations about what you could do, or should have done, to make the paper better, or as data documenting a particular reader's response. When you treat comments as advice, you must decide whether to accept or reject them. Good advice, especially from a trusted reader, can be invaluable to new and experienced researchers alike. Sometimes you might feel a strong obligation to accept a reader's advice, such as when it comes from teacher, advisor, or editor. But even in those instances, you are not obligated to accept it wholesale. As a writer, you are responsible not only for your ideas but also for the choices you make in expressing them. When you treat comments as data, you don't accept or reject them, you analyze them to understand why your reader responded to your paper as she did. And when you understand that, you can revise the paper, or make a different decision the next time. You might know what you wanted your paper to say, but only your reader can tell you what it in fact said, at least to her. Again, the writer is ultimately responsible. If a careful reader misunderstood your paper, you should not blame her for that misunderstanding, but use the data of her feedback to figure out how and why that misunderstanding occurred. In this sense, bad advice can be great data. Even the most dedicated and careful reader is not infallible. She might misunderstand your intentions or argument, or give you wrong-headed advice, even if she is a teacher. In Such cases, ignore the advice but ask yourself, what about my paper created that misunderstanding? How did I lead my reader astray? If you can answer those questions, you can still improve your paper, or the next one. Here are some tips for making the most of the comments you receive, however you choose to interpret them. 12.2 Find general principles in specific comments. When you review your readers' comments, focus on those that you can apply to your next project. Look for a pattern of errors in spelling, punctuation, and grammar. If you see one, you know what to work on. If your reader says you made factual errors, check your notes. Did you take bad notes or misreport them? Were you misled by an unreliable source? Whatever you know what to do in your next project. If your reader reports only her judgments of your writing, look for what causes them. If she says your writing is choppy, dense, or awkward, check your sentences using the steps in Chapter 11. If she says it's disorganized or wandering, check it against Chapter 9. You won't always know what caused the complaints, but when you do, you'll know what to work on next time. 12.3 Talk with your reader. If you receive comments that include words like disorganized, illogical, and unsupported but cannot know what triggered them, make an appointment with your reader to ask. Such words are not descriptions of your paper but descriptions of the reader's impressions of it. You need to know out what it is in the paper itself that is provoking those impressions. Following these guidelines will help that conversation go well. If your reader marked up your spelling, punctuation, and grammar, correct those errors before your meeting to show that you took her comments seriously. You might also jot responses to more substantive comments, so that you can discuss them. If your reader is your teacher, don't complain about your grade. Be clear that you want to understand the comments so that you can do better next time. Prioritize, focus on those comments that address the most important issues, like your paper's argument and organization. It's tempting to zero in on local concerns that can be quickly corrected, especially if your reader has done a lot of line editing, or to quibble over minor points of disagreement. Rehearse your questions so that they'll seem amiable, not "you say this is disorganized but you don't say why," but rather "can you help me see where I went wrong with my organization so I can do better next time." Ask your reader to point to passages that illustrate her judgments and to explain what those passages should have looked like. Don't ask, "What didn't you like?" but rather, "Where exactly did I go wrong and what could I have done to exit?" Anal word for students. You might think that meeting with your teacher is helpful only when a paper or yours receives a low grade. But that would be wrong. Even after a high grade, it's useful to know how you earned it. Your next project will likely be more challenging, so it's good to know what successful practices you can build on. Of course, in that new project you might again feel like a beginner. That's the way it goes with research. 13. Presenting research in alternative forums. 13.1 Plan your oral presentation. 13.1.1 Narrow your focus. 13.1.2 Understand the difference between listeners and readers. 13.2 Design your presentation to be listened to. 13.2.1 Sketch your introduction. 13.2.2 Design notes you can understand at a glance. 13.2.3 Model your conclusion on your introduction. 13.2.4 Anticipate questions. 13.2.5 Create handouts. 13.3 Plan your poster presentation. 13.4 Plan your conference proposal. It may be too early in your career to think about publishing your work, but it's not too early to present. Researchers at all stages communicate their work to others in oral presentations, to a class or at a conference, or through research posters, a form especially common in the sciences. Increasingly, undergraduate researchers share their work with audiences beyond the classroom by participating in local research fairs or symposia. Experienced researchers also present their work to colleagues before publishing it in professional journals. Indeed, the ability to stand up and talk about your work clearly and confidently is a crucial skill for any career. In this chapter, we show you how to use your plan for a written text to prepare a talk. We also discuss the research poster, which combines elements of speech and writing. Finally, we discuss how to prepare a conference proposal as a first step, often, in presenting your research. 13.1 Plan your oral presentation. An oral presentation may be easier to prepare than a written paper, but to benefit from the experience of delivering it, you must plan just as carefully. In giving a talk, you get immediate feedback that can be very helpful if you are testing new ideas or new data. You want to design your presentation to elicit responses that help you rein your arguments and your analysis. 13.1.1 Narrow your focus. Typically, a talk delivered at a conference runs about 20 minutes, or about 8 to 10 double-spaced pages for text read aloud. This is not much time to communicate your ideas, so you must boil down your work to its essence or present just a part of it. Here are 3 common options. Problem statement with a sketch of your argument. If your problem is new, focus on its originality. Start with a short introduction, review Chapter 10, then explain your reasons, summarizing your evidence for each. Summary of a subargument. If your argument is too big, focus on a key subargument. Mention your larger problem in your introduction and conclusion, but be clear that you're addressing only part of it. Methodology or data report. If you offer a new methodology or source of data, explain why it matters. Start with a brief problem statement, then focus on how your new methods or data solve it. 13.1.2 Understand the difference between listeners and readers. Unless you know and respect the difference between listening and reading, Your audience will envy your presentation tedious or hard to follow. When we read, we can pause to read and puzzle over difficult passages. To keep on track, we can look at headings and even paragraph indentations. If we wonder, we can reread. But as listeners in an audience, we can do none of these things. We must be motivated to pay attention, and we need help to follow a complicated line of thought. If we lose its thread, we may drift off into our own thoughts. That's why it's important to not simply read your paper with little or no eye contact, or, if using slides, merely introduce them and repeat their content. You must engage your audience as in a conversation, but with extra care for what listeners need. You have to be explicit about your purpose and your organization. Further, you have to make your sentence structure far simpler than in a written paper. So favor shorter sentences with consistent subjects. See 11.1.2. Use I, we, and you a lot. What seems clumsily repetitive to readers is usually welcomed by listeners. 13.2 Design your presentation to be listened to. To hold your listeners' attention, you must seem to be not lecturing at but conversing with them. This is a skill that does not come easily, since few of us can write as we would speak, and most of us need notes to stay on track. If you do read your paper, read no faster than about 150 words per minute. That's about 2 minutes per page. This is faster than you speak ordinarily. So time yourself. Inexperienced presenters tend to read more quickly than their listeners can comfortably hear and digest. It's important that your audience see you and not just the top of your head, so build in moments when you look straight out at your audience. Especially when saying something important. Do so at least once or twice per page, ideally at the end of a paragraph. Remember as well that a paper delivered orally differs in style from a written one. For one, effective sentences tend to be much shorter and use consistent subjects. See 11.1.2. Overall, you need more repetition than you would use in writing to help your listeners stay on track with you. It is far better to talk from notes than just to read aloud, but to do that well, you need to prepare and practice. In the next section, we give advice on how to structure your talk and notes for this kind of delivery. 13.2.1 Sketch your introduction. For a 20-minute talk, you get one shot at motivating your audience before they tune out, so prepare your introduction more carefully than any other part of your talk. Base it on the 4-part problem statement described in section 10.1, plus a road map. The times in parentheses in the list below are rough estimates. Use your notes only to remind yourself of the 4 parts, not as a word-for-word script. If you can't remember the content, you're not ready to give your talk. Sketch enough in your notes to remind yourself of the following. 1. What research you extend, modify, or correct, no more than a minute. 2. What question your research addresses the gap in knowledge or understanding, 30 seconds or less. 3. Why your research matters, an answer to so what? 30 seconds. Those 3 steps are crucial in motivating your listeners. If your question is new or controversial, give it more time. If your listeners know its significance, mention it quickly and go on. 4. Your claim, the answer to your research question, 30 seconds or less. Listeners want to know your answer up front even more than readers do. So state at least its gist, unless you have a compelling reason to wait for the end. If you do choose to wait to give your answer, at least forecast it. 5. A forecast of the structure of your presentation, 10 to 20 seconds. The most useful forecast is an oral table of contents. First I will discuss. That can seem clumsy in print, but listeners need more help than readers do. Repeat that structure as you work through the body of your talk on the spirit of research. Rehearse your introduction, not only to get it right but also so you can look your audience in the eye as you give it. You can look down at notes later. All told, spend no more than 3 minutes or so on your introduction. 13.2.2 Design notes you can understand at a glance. Do not write your notes as complete sentences, much less paragraphs, that you read aloud. Notes should help you see at a glance the structure of your talk and cue what to say at crucial points. So do not cut and paste sentences from a written text. Create your notes from scratch. Use a separate page for each main point. On each page, write out your main point not as a topic but as claims, either in shortened form or, if you must, in complete sentences. Above each point, you might add an explicit transition as the oral equivalent of a subhead. The RST issue is visually highlight those main points so that you spot them instantly. Under them, list the evidence that supports them. If your evidence consists of numbers or quotations, you'll probably have to write them out. Otherwise, know your evidence well enough to be able to talk about it directly to your audience. Organize your points so that you cover the most important ones. RST. If you run long, most of us do, you can skip a later section, or even jump to your conclusion without losing anything crucial to your argument. Never build up to a climax that you might not reach. If you must skip something, use the question and answer period to return to it. 13.2.3 Model your conclusion on your introduction. As in a written paper, your conclusion is your last opportunity to communicate your claim and its significance. See 10.2. Make your conclusion memorable, because listeners will repeat it when asked, "What did Jones say?" Learn it well enough to present it looking at your audience without reading from notes. It should have these 3 parts. Your claim, in more detail than in your introduction. If listeners are mostly interested in your reasons or data, summarize them as well. Your answer to so what? You can restate an answer from your introduction, but try to add a new one, even if it's speculative. Suggestions for more research. What's still to be done? Rehearse your conclusion so that you know exactly how long it takes, no more than a minute or two. Then when you have that much time remaining, conclude, even if you haven't finished your last, relatively unimportant points. If you had to skip 1 or 2 points, work them into an answer during the question and answer period. If your talk runs short, don't ad-lib. If another speaker follows you, make her a gift of your unused time. 13.2.4 Anticipate questions. If you're lucky, you'll get questions after your talk, so prepare answers for predictable ones. Expect questions about data or sources, especially if you didn't cover them much in your talk. If you address matters associated with well-known researchers or schools of research, be ready to expand on how your work relates to theirs, especially if you contradict or complicate their results or approach. Also be ready to answer questions about a source you never heard of. The best policy is to acknowledge that you haven't seen it, but that you'll check it out. If the question seems friendly, ask why the source is relevant. Don't prepare only defensive answers. Use answers to questions to re-emphasize your main points or cover matters that you may have left out. Listen to every question carefully, then, to be sure you understand the question, pause before you respond and think about it for a moment. If you don't understand the question, ask the questioner to rephrase it. Don't snap back and answer reactively and defensively. Good questions are invaluable, even when they seem hostile. Use them to rein your thinking. 13.2.5 Create handouts. You can read short quotations or important data aloud for your listeners, but if you have many, create a handout. If you use slides, pass out printed copies. You can also hand out an outline of your main points, with white space for notes. 13.3 Plan your poster presentation. A poster is a large board on which you lay out a summary of your research, along with your most relevant evidence. It is a cross between a talk delivered orally and a written paper. In a poster presentation you can go into more detail than you can in a 20-minute talk. But a poster is not just a research paper transferred to a larger canvas. It's a selection of key elements of a research project, question, claim, data, significance, designed to welcome an audience of individuals who choose to stop and visit. Poster sessions are usually held in hallways or in a large room LED with many presenters. People move from poster to poster, reading as their interests dictate but also asking questions of the presenters, who typically stand by their posters at designated times ready to discuss their research. In this sense, a good poster can turn your imagined conversation with your research community, see Chapter 1, into a real one. Posters combine the advantages of writing and speaking. While posters, like written reports, should be self-explanatory, they also encourage presenters and their audiences, typically fellow researchers, To interact one-on-one. Those who read your poster have more control than a listener, and they can rely on prominent visual signals that you use to organize your material boxes, lines, colors, and larger and smaller titles. You can design your poster using available software and templates that produce a serviceable null product. For the text of the poster itself, however, follow the guidelines for a paper to be read aloud, with 2 additional considerations. 1. Layer your argument. Present your argument visually in 3 levels of detail. Highlight an abstract or a problem statement and summary at the top of the poster, box it, use larger type, etc. Under that introductory material, list your reasons as subheads in a section that summarizes your argument. Under that section, restate your reasons and group your evidence under them. 2. Explain all graphs and tables. In addition to providing a caption for each graphic, add a sentence or 2 explaining what is important in the data and how they support your reason and claim. Review 7.7 and 8.3.1. 13.4 Plan your conference proposal. Conferences are good opportunities to share your work, but to be invited to speak, you usually have to submit a proposal. Write it not as a paragraph by paragraph summary of your work but as a 30-second elevator story, what you would tell someone who asked, as you both stepped into an elevator on the way to your talk, "What are you saying today?" In fact, a carefully prepared and rehearsed elevator story is very useful for any conversation about your work, particularly interviews. An elevator story has 3 parts. A problem statement that highlights an answer to "so what?" A sketch of your claim and major reasons. A summary of your most important evidence. Conference reviewers are less interested in your exact words than in why anyone should want to listen to them. Your aims are to pose your research question and to answer the reviewer's "so what?" So focus on how your claim contributes to your field of research, especially on what's novel or controversial about it. If you address a question established by previous research, mention it, then focus on your new data or your new claim, depending on which is more original. Be aware that reviewers will often know less about your topic than you do and may need help to see the significance of your question. Besides gaining acceptance to the conference, a conference proposal has one other objective. Its title and often its abstract, or even the full proposal, are used to attract an audience to the session in which the proposed talk will be scheduled. A good conference proposal thus has a clear and substantive title, see 10.3, one that lets an audience know what to expect. 14 On the spirit of research. As we've said, we can reach good conclusions in many ways other than research. But the truths we reach in those ways are personal. We can't present our intuitions and feelings as evidence to convince others of our claims. We can ask only that they take our report of our inner experience and our claims on faith. In contrast, the truths of research and how we reached them must be available for public scrutiny. We base research claims on evidence available to everyone and on principles of reasoning that, we hope, our readers accept as sound. And then those readers test all of that in all the ways that they and others can imagine. That may be a high standard, but it must be if we expect others to base their understanding and actions, even their lives, on what we ask them to believe. When you accept the principles that shape public, evidence-based belief, you accept two more that can be hard to live by. One concerns our relationship to authority. No more than centuries ago, the search for better understanding based on evidence was often regarded as a threat. Among the powerful, many believed that all the important truths were already known and that the scholar's job was to preserve and transmit them, certainly not to challenge them. If new facts cast doubt on an old belief, the belief usually trumped the facts. Many who dared to follow evidence to conclusions that challenged authority were banished, imprisoned, or even killed. Even today, those who reason from evidence can elicit anger among those who hold a cherished belief. For example, most historians hold, based on the sum of the evidence, that Thomas Jefferson fathered several if not all of his slave Sally Hemings's children. Others disagree, not because they have better counter-evidence but because of a erroneously held belief, a person of Jefferson's stature couldn't do such a thing, see 5.5. But in the world of research, both academic and professional, good evidence and sound reasoning trump belief every time, or at least they should. In some parts of the world it's still considered more important to guard settled beliefs than to test them. But in places informed by the values of research, we think differently. We believe not only that we may question settled beliefs but that we must, no matter how much authority cherishes them, so long as we support our answers with sound reasons based on reliable evidence. But that principle requires another. When we make a claim, we must expect, even encourage, others to question not just our claim but how we reached it, to ask, why do you believe that? It's often hard to welcome such questions, but we're obliged to listen with goodwill to objections, reservations, and qualifications that collectively imply I don't agree, at least not yet. And the more we challenge old ideas, the more we must be ready to acknowledge and answer those questions, because we may be asking others to give up deeply held beliefs. When some students encounter these values, they find it difficult, even painful, to live by them. Some feel that a challenge to what they believe isn't a lively search for truth but a personal attack on their deepest values. Others retreat to a cynical skepticism, doubting everything and believing nothing. Others fall into mindless relativism. We're all entitled to our own beliefs, and so all beliefs are right for those who hold them. Many turn away from an active life of the mind, rejecting not only answers that might disturb their settled beliefs but even the questions that inspired them. But in our worlds of work, scholarship, civic action, and even politics, we can't replace tested knowledge and hard-won understanding with personal opinion, cynicism, a relativistic view of truth, or the comfortable, settled knowledge of authority. That does not mean we reject long-held and time-tested beliefs lightly. We replace them only after we are persuaded by sound arguments backed by good reasons based on the best evidence available, and after an amiable but searching give and take that tests those arguments as severely as we can. In short, we become responsible believers when we can make our own sound arguments that test and evaluate those of others. You may find it difficult to see all of this at work in a paper written for a class. But despite its cold type, a research paper written for any audience is a conversation, imagined to be sure, but still a cooperative yet rigorous inquiry into what we should and should not believe. Part 2. Source citation. 15 General Introduction to Citation Practices. 15.1 Reasons for citing your sources. 15.2 The requirements of citation. 15.2.1 Situations requiring citations. 15.2.2 Information required in citations. 15.32 Citation styles. 15.3.1 Notes style. 15.3.2 Author date style. 15.4 Electronic sources. 15.4.1 Sources consulted online. 15.4.2 Other electronic media. 15.5 Preparation of citations. 15.6 Citation management tools. Your RST duty as a researcher is to get the facts right. Your second duty is to tell readers where the facts came from. To that end, you must cite the sources of the facts, ideas, or words that you use in your paper. 15.1 Reasons for citing your sources. There are at least 4 reasons to cite your sources. 1. To give credit. Research is hard work. Doing it well can bring rewards. Good grades and a degree and, later, money and promotions. But no less important is recognition, the pride and prestige of seeing your name associated with knowledge that others value and use. In fact, for some researchers that is the only reward. So when you cite the work of others, you give them the recognition they have earned. 2. To reassure readers about the accuracy of your facts. Researchers cite sources to be fair to other researchers but also to earn their readers' trust. It is not enough to get the facts right. You must also tell readers the source of the facts so that they can judge their reliability and check them if they wish. Readers do not trust a source they do not know and cannot. ND. If they do not trust your sources, they will not trust your facts, and if they do not trust your facts, they will not trust your argument. You establish the RST link in that chain of trust by citing your sources fully, accurately, and appropriately. 3. To show readers the research tradition that informs your work. Researchers cite sources whose data they use, but they also cite work that they extend, support, contradict, or correct. These citations help readers not only understand your specific project but connect it to other research in your field. 4. To help readers follow or extend your research. Many readers use sources cited in a research paper not to check its reliability but to pursue their own work. So your citations help others not only to follow your footsteps, but to strike out in new directions. You must never appear to take credit for work that is not your own. See 7.9, and proper citation guards against the charge of plagiarism. But it also strengthens your argument and assists others who want to build on your work. 15.2 The requirements of citation. To fulfill the requirements of citation, you need to know when to include a source citation in your paper and what information about the source to include. 15.2.1 Situations requiring citations. Chapter 7, particularly 7.9, discusses in depth when you should cite materials from other sources. You should always provide a citation in the following situations. When you quote exact words from a source, see also Chapter 25 on quotations. When you paraphrase ideas that are associated with a specific source, even if you don't quote exact words from it. When you use any ideas, data, or methods attributable to any source you consulted. As noted in 15.1, you may also use citations to point readers to sources that are relevant to a particular portion of your argument but not quoted or paraphrased. Such citations demonstrate that you are familiar with these sources, even if they present claims at odds with your own. 15.2.2 Information required in citations. Over the long tradition of citing sources, as researchers in different fields began to write in different ways, they also developed distinctive ways of citing and documenting their sources. When citation methods became standardized, researchers had to choose from not just one or two standards, but many. Citation styles differ in the elements included and in the format of these elements, but they have the same aim, to give readers the information they need to identify and nd a source. For most sources, including books, articles, and other written material, that information must answer these questions. Who wrote, edited, or translated the text, sometimes all three. In other words, who created it? What data identify the text? This includes the title and subtitle of the work, volume number, edition number, or other identifying information, and page numbers or other locating information if the reference is to a specific part of a larger text. Who published the text and in what context? This includes the name of the publisher, journal, or other entity responsible for making the text available and, in some cases, the title of any collection or series in which the work appears. When was the text published? This will consist of a year of publication, and sometimes a season, month, or specific day, and sometimes a time. Where can the text be found? Most printed sources can be found in a library or bookstore, information that does not need to be mentioned in a citation. For a source consulted online, a link to the work, in the form of a URL, or the name of a commercial database will help readers nd it. For a physical document from a one-of-a-kind collection, data will include the place where the collection is housed. Details vary for other types of sources, such as sound and video recordings. But they answer the same VE questions: who was responsible for creating the source? What title or other data identify it? Who published it? When? Where can it be found? Your readers will expect you to use the citation style appropriate to their particular ELD, not just because they are familiar with this style, but because when you use it, you show them that you understand their values and practices. The details may seem trivial: quotation marks or italics, capitals or lowercase, periods or commas, or parentheses and colons. But if you do not get these small matters right, at least some of your readers will question whether they can trust you on the bigger ones. Fortunately, you don't have to memorize all these details. Instead, you can learn the forms of the citations you use most so that you do not need to look them up repeatedly. The latest citation management tools can help, especially for more common source types. For sources that are less common or have unusual elements, and for double-checking your null draft, you can consult a book like this one. 15.32 Citation Styles. This book covers the two most common citation forms: notes bibliography style, or simply notes style, used widely in the humanities and in some social sciences, and author date style, used in most social sciences and in the natural and physical sciences. Together, these two styles are often referred to as the Torabian or Chicago systems of source citation. If you are not certain which style to use, consult your instructor. You may be asked to use different styles in different settings, for example, an art history course and a political science course. Within a given paper, however, always follow a single style consistently. If you are new to research, read this section for a brief description of how the two citation styles work. Then, if you are using notes style, read Chapter 16 for an overview of this style, and refer to Chapter 17 for detailed guidelines and examples that show how to cite most types of sources, including the ones you are most likely to consult. If you are using author date style, the overview and detailed guidelines are in chapters 18 and 19, respectively. 15.3.1 Notes Style. In notes style citations, you signal that you have used a source by placing a superscript number at the end of the sentence in which you quote it or refer to it. By 1911, according to one expert, an Amazon was any woman rebel, which, to a lot of people, meant any girl who left home and went to college. 1. You then cite the source of that quotation in a correspondingly numbered note that provides information about the source, author, title, and facts of publication, plus relevant page numbers. Notes are placed at the bottom of the page, called footnotes, or in a list collected at the end of your paper or the end of each chapter, called endnotes. All notes have the same general form. N. 1. Jill Lepore, The Secret History of Wonder Woman, New York. Vintage Books, 2015, 17. If you cite the same text again, you can shorten subsequent notes. N. 2. Lepore, Wonder Woman, 28-29. In most cases, you also list sources at the end of the paper in a bibliography. That list normally includes every source you cited in a note, and sometimes others you consulted but did not cite. Each bibliography entry includes the same information contained in a full note, but in a slightly different form. B. Lepore, Jill. The Secret History of Wonder Woman. New York. Vintage Books, 2015. 15.3.2 Author Date Style. In author date citations, you signal that you have used a source by placing a parenthetical citation, including author, date, and relevant page numbers, next to your reference to it. By 1911, according to one expert, an Amazon was any woman rebel, which, to a lot of people, meant any girl who left home and went to college. Lepore 2015, 17. At the end of the paper, you list all sources in a reference list. That list normally includes every source you cited in a parenthetical citation and sometimes others you consulted but did not cite. Each reference list entry includes complete bibliographical information for a source. The publication date immediately follows the name of the author, making it easy to follow a parenthetical citation to its corresponding entry in the reference list. R. Lepore, Jill. 2015. The Secret History of Wonder Woman. New York, Vintage Books. 15.4 Electronic sources. The standard citation forms evolved in the age of print, but researchers now not only ND their sources online but also increasingly consult them online, and in a variety of electronic formats. These sources have been used long enough for researchers to have created standard citation forms adapted to their special characteristics. 15.4.1 Sources consulted online. 15.4.1.1 Information in citations. When you cite sources consulted online, you include many of the same pieces of information as you would for print sources. For some types of sources, such as published books and journal articles, it makes little difference what format you consult. Readers will be able to follow your citations and ND the same sources in the same formats. But other types of sources can be difficult to ND or subject to change, or disappear without notice. These factors may make you question the authority and reliability of a source. A lot of content found online has no identifiable author, publisher, or sponsor. This makes it the equivalent of any other anonymous source. unlikely to be authoritative or reliable enough to use without serious qualification. See 3.3.2. Online content can be revised without notice, and though some websites are meticulous about documenting revisions, many are not. Further, a revision date on one site may indicate correction of a spelling error, while on another it may mark changes in factual data or claims. Online content may be simultaneously available from more than one site, some more reliable than others. Most online sources are located through a URL, Uniform Resource Locator, or a search, but URLs come and go, and search results vary over time. You cannot always be certain that a given source will be available at the same URL months, weeks, or even days later, and its disappearance could make it difficult or impossible for you or your readers to find the content you originally consulted. Choose online sources carefully. When information is available from multiple websites or in multiple media, print and online, consult the most reliable version available, and always cite the version you consulted. As you do your research, save a screenshot or other permanent copy of any source that is likely to change or disappear. 15.4.1.22 Categories of sources. Online sources fall into two categories. 1. Many online sources are like print sources in everything except medium. For example, an article published in an online journal instead of in a printed journal. Other sources of this type include online books, newspaper and magazine articles, and public documents. To cite these, begin with the standard facts of publication, author's name, title, date, and so forth. At the end of the citation, add the URL, see 15.4.1.3, or the name of the database through which you accessed the source, see 15.4.1.4. You can find examples of how to cite such items under the relevant type of source in Chapter 17, for notes style, and Chapter 19, for author date style. 2. Other types of online sources, such as institutional or personal websites and social media, are unique to the medium and must be cited accordingly. In addition to recording each of the details relevant to the particular source, add a URL and, for undated content, an access date. See 15.4.1.5. Examples of how to cite these items appear in 17.5, for notes style, and 19.5, for author date style. 15.4.1.3 URLs. For any source you consult online, you must always cite the full facts of publication in addition to a URL. If the URL changes, interested readers will often be able to find your source by searching for the author, title, and other facts of publication. Copy the URL exactly as it appears with the source. Do not make any adjustments to capitalization. If the URL ends in a slash, include it. Do not enclose the URL in brackets. It is best not to break a URL at the end of a line, but if you need to do so, see 20.4.2 for some guidelines. Sometimes you can ND a shorter version of a very long URL. If a permalink or other preferred form of the URL is included along with the citation data for a source, use that rather than the URL in your browser's address bar. Some sources are identified by a DOI, Digital Object Identifier. URLs based on DOIs are more reliable, and often shorter, than most other types of URLs. To cite a source that includes a DOI, append the DOI to https://doi.org/ in your citation. For examples, see the sections on journal articles in GUR 16.1, for notes style, or GUR 18.1, for author date style, and in chapters 17 and 19. 15.4.1.4 Commercial databases. Many online sources, including certain books as well as articles in journals and other types of periodicals, are accessible only through a commercial database with restricted access, often through a university or other major library. If such a database lists a recommended URL along with the source, use that one instead of the one in your address bar. A URL based on a DOI, if available, is the best option. See 15.4.1.3. If no suitably short and direct URL exists, however, you may substitute the name of the database for the URL, for example, LexisNexis. Academic. For examples, see 17.1.10 and 17.4.2, Notes Style, and 19.1.10 and 19.4.2, Author Date Style. 15.4.1.5 Access Dates. Most sources found online list either a date of publication or posting or the date the source was last moded or updated. But many do not. For those that do not, your citation must include the date that you accessed or retrieved the content in addition to the URL. An access date stands in for the date of publication and helps readers assess the source. For examples of cited access dates, see 17.5.1 and 17.9.1, for notes style, or 19.5.1 and 19.9.1, for author date style. Note that some instructors in some ELDs may require access dates even for sources that include a date of publication or revision. Check with your instructor. For this reason, it is generally a good idea to record access dates as part of your research. Citation management tools can help to automate this task. 15.4.2 Other electronic media. Sources consulted in other electronic media, for example, a book downloaded for a specific app or device, or a reference work published on disk can usually be cited similarly to a source consulted online, but with the addition of information about the format rather than a URL. For examples, see 17.1.10 and 17.9.1, for notes style, or 19.1.10 and 19.9.1, for author date style. If a source is available in more than one format, consult the most reliable and authoritative version, See 3.3, and always cite the version you consulted. 15.5 Preparation of citations. You can ease the process of preparing and checking citations if you anticipate what you will need. Use the most authoritative sources, in their most reliable version. If you need second or third-hand information, track down the original source. If a source is available in multiple versions, always cite the one you actually consulted. There may be small but important differences between the versions that could affect the accuracy of your quotations or other references to the source. Record all bibliographical information for your sources as you consult them and before you take notes. See GUR 16.1, for notes style, or GUR 18.1, for author date style, for templates showing what information is needed for several common types of sources. Record the page number, S, for every quotation, and paraphrase. As you draft, clearly indicate every place where you may need to cite a source. It is much easier to remove an unnecessary citation when you revise than to remember where you may have relied on someone else's ideas. When your draft is in its null form, consult Chapter 17 or 19 to ensure that each citation is in the correct form and includes all the required data. You can assemble your bibliography or reference list either as you consult your sources or as you draft and revise. Be sure to check each detail carefully. Getting each citation right can be tedious, even with the help of the latest tools. But as with every other phase of research, if you anticipate what you'll need and manage the process from the beginning, you can complete even this least exciting part of research faster, more easily, and more reliably. 15.6 Citation Management Tools. As you do your research, you may want to consider using one of a number of available citation management tools to collect data about your sources. Most sources available online or listed in a library catalog or other database include bibliographic information that can be used as the basis of your source citations. Programs like EndNote, RefWorks, and Zotero are designed to help you by capturing this information and adding it to a library of citations, where it is filtered by source type and can be further organized by research topic or paper. You can also add sources and edit information manually. Then citations can be plugged directly into your paper as needed. In one of the citation styles described in this manual, and referred to in most programs as either Torrebian or Chicago Notes or author date style. A few things to keep in mind. Double-check your data. As you build your library, check each ELD against the actual source as soon as you acquire the data for it. Make sure that authors' names, titles of works, dates, and so forth are accurate, and that they are entered in the appropriate ELDs. Check also for missing or redundant data. It is okay, however, to collect more data than you will use in your citations. You will need to do this whether you entered the data yourself or exported the citation from a library catalog or other database. Double-check your citations. Once they've been inserted in your paper, make sure your citations are correctly formatted according to the citation style you've chosen. Things to look for include errant punctuation or capitalization and, more important, missing or superfluous data. Enter corrections in the citation management program, or adjust its settings as applicable, and double-check the results. Review your null draft with extra care. These tools do make errors, and it remains your responsibility to ensure that your citations are accurate. For examples of notes style citations, see chapters 16 and 17. For author date style, see chapters 18 and 19. Always keep at least 2 copies of your citations library. If your school lets you keep a copy on its server, make sure you also have a copy on a local drive. Such backups might be needed in the event your paper must be resubmitted for any reason, or if you plan to do research in the same subject area after graduation. Citation management tools work best for papers that cite only a few types of the most common sources. Articles in academic journals, especially, are easy to work with. If you cite many different types of sources, expect to spend extra time making adjustments to your citations library and editing your null paper. 16 Notes Bibliography Style, the Basic Form. 16.1 Basic Patterns. 16.1.1 Order of Elements. 16.1.2 Punctuation. 16.1.3 Capitalization. 16.1.4 Italics and quotation marks. 16.1.5 Numbers. 16.1.6 Abbreviations. 16.1.7 Indentation. 16.2 Bibliographies. 16.2.1 Types of bibliographies. 16.2.2 Arrangement of entries. 16.2.3 Sources that may be omitted. 16.3 Notes. 16.3.1 Footnotes versus endnotes. 16.3.2 Referencing notes in text. 16.3.3 Numbering notes. 16.3.4 Formatting notes. 16.3.5 Complex notes. 16.4 Short forms for notes. 16.4.1 Shortened notes. 16.4.2 IBID. 16.4.3 Parenthetical notes. A citation style used widely in the humanities and in some social sciences is the notes bibliography style, or notes style for short, also known as Tourabian or Chicago notes bibliography or notes style. This chapter presents an overview of the basic pattern for citations in notes style, including bibliography entries, full notes, shortened notes, and parenthetical notes. Examples of notes are identified with an N. Examples of bibliography entries are identified with a B. In notes style, you signal that you have used a source by placing a superscript number at the end of the sentence in which you quote or otherwise refer to that source. According to one scholar, the railroads had made Chicago the most important meeting place between East and West. 1. You then cite the source of that information in a correspondingly numbered note that provides information about the source, author, title, and facts of publication, plus relevant page numbers. Notes are placed at the bottom of the page, called footnotes, or in a list collected at the end of your paper or the end of each chapter, called endnotes. All notes have the same general form. N. 1. William Cronon, Nature's Metropolis, Chicago and the Great West, New York, W. W. Norton, 1991, 92, 93. If you cite the same source again, you can refer to it in a shortened form. N. 2. Cronon, Nature's Metropolis, 383. In most cases, you also list sources at the end of the paper in a bibliography. That list normally includes every source you cited in a note, and sometimes others you consulted but did not cite. Each bibliography entry includes the same information contained in a full note, but in a slightly different form. B. Cronon, William. Nature's Metropolis, Chicago and the Great West. New York, W. W. Norton, 1991. Readers expect you to follow all the rules for correctly citing your sources. These rules cover not only what data you must include and in what order but also punctuation, capitalization, italics, and so on. To get your citations exactly right, you must pay close attention to the kinds of details that few researchers can easily remember, and that even the best citation management tools can help with only part of the way. Read this chapter for an overview. Then use Chapter 17 to look up the details. 16.1 Basic Patterns. Although sources and their citations come in almost endless variety, you are likely to use only a few kinds. While you may need to look up details to cite some unusual sources, you can easily learn the basic patterns for the few kinds you will use most often. This will help you to record accurate and reliable bibliographical data quickly and efficiently as you do your research. The rest of this section describes the basic patterns, and GOR 16.1 provides templates for and examples of several common types of sources. Chapter 17 includes examples of a wide range of sources, including exceptions to the patterns discussed here. Figure 16.1. Templates for notes and bibliography entries. The following templates show what elements should be included in what order when citing several common types of sources in notes, N, and bibliographies, B. They also show punctuation, capitalization of titles, and when to use italics or quotation marks. Gray shading shows abbreviations, or their spelled out versions, and other terms as they would actually appear in a citation. Number stands in for footnote number. XX stands in for page number. S, actually cited. YYYY for a full span of page numbers for an article or a chapter. For further examples, explanations, and variations, see Chapter 17. 4. Templates of shortened note forms, see GOR 16.2. Books. 1. Single author or editor. N. Number. Author's first and last names, title of book, subtitle of book. Place of publication, publisher's name, date of publication, XX. 1. Angela Duckworth, Grit, The Power of Passion and Perseverance, New York, Scribner, 2016, 82. B. Author's last name, author's first name. Title of book, subtitle of book. Place of publication, publisher's name, date of publication. Duckworth, Angela. Grit, The Power of Passion and Perseverance. New York, Scribner, 2016. For a book with an editor instead of an author, adapt the pattern as follows. N. Number. Editors, first and last names, ed. Title of book. 2. Jun Prakash, ed. Noir Urbanisms. B. Editor's last name, editor's first name, ed. Title of book. Prakash, Jun, ed. Noir Urbanisms. For more than one editor, adapt the examples in template 2 and use eds. 2. Multiple authors. For a book with 2 authors, use the following pattern. N. Number. Author number 1's first and last names and author number 2's first and last names, title of book, subtitle of book, place of publication. Publisher's name, date of publication, XX. 3. Suzanne Y. P. Choi and Yini Peng, Masculine Promise. Migration, Family and Gender in China, Oakland, University of California Press, 2016, 111-12. B. Author number 1's last name, author number 1's first name, and author number 2's first and last names. Title of book, subtitle of book. Place of publication. Publisher's name, date of publication. Choi, Suzanne Y. P., and Yini Peng. Masculine Promise, Migration. Family, and Gender in China. Oakland, University of California Press. 2016. For a book with 3 authors, adapt the pattern as follows. N. Number. Author number 1's first and last names, author number 2's first and last names, and author number 3's first and last names, title of book. 4. Karen White, Beatrice Williams, and Lauren Willig, The Forgotten Room. B. Author number 1's last name, author number 1's first name, author number 2's first and last names, and author number 3's first and last names. Title of book. White, Karen, Beatrice Williams, and Lauren Willig. The Forgotten Room. For a book with 4 or more authors, adapt the note pattern only, as follows. N. Number. Author number 1's first and last names E.T. Alabama. Title of book. 5. Barry Icon Green E.T. Alabama, The Korean Economy. 3. Author plus editor or translator. For a book with an author plus an editor, use the following pattern. N. Number. Author's first and last names, title of book, subtitle of book. Ed. Editor's first and last names, place of publication, publishers. Name, date of publication, XX. 6. Jane Austen, Mansfield Park, an annotated edition, ed. Deidre. Shauna Lynch, Cambridge, Ma. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, 2016 to 2324. If a book has more than one editor in addition to the author, use ed. Not eds in the note. B. Author's last name, author's first name. Title of book, subtitle of book. Edited by editor's first and last names. Place of publication. Publisher's name, date of publication. Austen, Jane. Mansfield Park, an annotated edition. Edited by Deidre. Shauna Lynch. Cambridge, Ma. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, 2016. If a book has a translator instead of an editor, substitute the words trans and translated by and the translator's name for the editor data. 4. Edition number. N. Number. Author's first and last names, title of book, subtitle of book. Edition number ed. Place of publication, publisher's name, date of publication, XX. 7. Mary Kinsey, A Poet's Guide to Poetry, 2nd ed. Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 2013, 83. B. Author's last name, author's first name. Title of book, subtitle of book. Edition number ed. Place of publication, publisher's name. Date of publication. Kinsey, Mary. A Poet's Guide to Poetry. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2013. 5. Single chapter in an edited book. N. Number. Chapter author's first and last names, title of chapter. Subtitle of chapter, in title of book, subtitle of book, ed. Editors. First and last names, place of publication, publisher's name, date of publication, XX. 8. Kelly Gillespie, Before the Commission, Ethnography as Public Testimony, in If Truth Be Told, The Politics of Public Ethnography. Ed. Didier Fasson, Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2017, 72. B. Chapter author's last name, chapter author's first name. Title of chapter, subtitle of chapter. In title of book, subtitle of book. Edited by editor's first and last names, YY. Place of publication, publisher's name, date of publication. Gillespie, Kelly. Before the Commission, Ethnography as Public Testimony. In If Truth Be Told, The Politics of Public Ethnography. Edited by Didier Fassin, 6995. Durham, NC, Duke University Press. 2017. Journal articles. 6. Journal article, basic format. N. Number. Author's first and last names, title of article, subtitle of article, title of journal, volume number, issue number, date of publication, XX. 9. Ben Mercer, Spectres of Fascism, The Rhetoric of Historical Analogy in 1968, Journal of Modern History 88, Number 1, March 2016. 98. B. Author's last name, author's first name. Title of article, subtitle of article. Title of journal, volume number, issue number, date of publication, YYYY. Mercer, Ben. Spectres of Fascism, The Rhetoric of Historical Analogy. In 1968. Journal of Modern History 88, Number 1, March 2016, 96, 129. For an article with multiple authors, follow the relevant pattern for authors' names in template 2. 7. Journal article online. For a journal article consulted online, include a URL. For articles that include a DOI, form the URL by appending the DOI to https://doi.org/ rather than using the URL in your address bar. The DOI for the Fernandez article in the example below is 10.1086/685998. N. Number. Author's first and last names, title of article, subtitle of article, title of journal, volume number, issue number, date of publication, XX, URL. 10. Patricio A. Fernandez, Practical Reasoning, where the action is Ethics 126, Number 4, July 2016, 872, https://doi.org/101086/6859998. B. Author's last name, author's first name. Title of article, subtitle of article. Title of journal, volume number, issue number, date of publication, YYYY. URL. Fernandez, Patricio A. Practical Reasoning, where the action is Ethics 126, Number 4, July 2016, 869-900. https://doi.org/101086/6859998. See 15.4.1 for more details. 16.1.1 Order of Elements. The elements in notes and bibliography entries follow the same general order for all types of sources: author, title, facts of publication. However, notes present authors' names in standard order, RST name RST, while bibliography entries present them in inverted order, last name RST, for alphabetical listing. Notes citing specific passages usually include page numbers or other locating information. Bibliography entries do not, though. They do include a full span of page numbers for a source that is part of a larger work, such as an article in a periodical or a chapter in a book. 16.1.2 Punctuation. In notes, separate most elements with commas. In bibliography entries, separate them with periods. In notes, enclose facts of publication in parentheses. In bibliography entries, do not. The styles are different because a note is intended to be read like text, where a period might signal the end of a citation. Bibliographies are designed as lists in which each source has its own entry, so periods can be used without confusion to separate such elements as author, title, and publication data. 16.1.3 Capitalization. Most titles can be capitalized using headline style, but for titles in languages other than English, use sentence style. See 22.3.1 for both styles. Capitalize proper nouns in the usual way, see Chapter 22. 16.1.4 Italics and quotation marks. Use italics for titles of larger entities, books, journals, for titles of smaller entities, chapters, articles, use Roman type and quotation marks. Also use Roman type and quotation marks for titles of works that have not been formally published, such as manuscripts or dissertations, even if they are book length. See also 22.3.2. 16.1.5 Numbers. In titles, any numbers are spelled out or given in numerals exactly as they are in the original. Use lowercase Roman numerals to refer to page numbers that are in Roman numerals in the original. References to all other numbers, such as chapter numbers or gore numbers, are given in Arabic numerals, even if in the original they are in Roman numerals or spelled out. 16.1.6 Abbreviations. In notes, abbreviate terms such as editor or edited by, ed, and translator or translated by, trans. In bibliography entries, these terms are often spelled out when they introduce a name, edited by, but abbreviated when they follow it, ed. The plural of a noun form is usually formed by adding s, eds, unless the abbreviation ends in an s, use trans for both singular and plural. Abbreviations for edited by, ed, and the like are never plural. Terms such as volume, edition, and number, vol, ed, and no, are always abbreviated. 16.1.7 Indentation. Notes are indented like other paragraphs in the text. The RST line of each note is indented, and anything that runs over to a new line is left. Bibliography entries have hanging indents. The RST line of each entry is left, and anything that runs over is indented. 16.2 Bibliographies. Papers that use the notes bibliography citation style typically include both notes and a bibliography that lists all sources cited in the notes. Although the same information appears in both notes and bibliography, readers need it in both places because they use notes and bibliographies differently. Notes let readers quickly check the source for a particular reference without disrupting the O of their reading. A bibliography shows readers the extent of your research and its relationship to prior work. A bibliography also helps readers use your sources in their own research. So unless you have only a handful of sources or your instructor tells you otherwise, always include both notes and a bibliography in your papers. If you do not include a bibliography, make sure that your notes present complete information for each source, at least the RST time you cite it. 16.2.1 Types of bibliographies. In most cases, your bibliography should include every work you cite in your text. For exceptions, see 16.2.3. You may also include works that were important to your thinking but that you did not specifically mention in the text. Label this kind bibliography or sources consulted. See GUR A15 in the appendix for a sample page of a bibliography. There are other options. Selected bibliography. Some bibliographies do not include all works cited in notes, either to save space or to omit minor references unlikely to interest readers. You may use a selected bibliography if you have good reasons and your instructor or advisor approves. Label it selected bibliography and add a headnote that explains your principle of selection. Single author bibliography. Some writers list works by one person, usually as a separate list in addition to a standard bibliography, but sometimes as the only bibliography in a single author study with few other sources. Label such a list works of author's name or use a more descriptive title, published works of, writings of, or whatever is appropriate. You can arrange it chronologically or alphabetically by title. If your list is chronological, titles published in the same year are listed alphabetically. Annotated bibliography. Some writers annotate each bibliography entry with a brief description of the work's contents or relevance to their research. In most cases, if you annotate one entry, you should annotate them all. But researchers sometimes annotate only the most important works or those whose relevance to their research may not be evident. If your annotations are brief phrases, add them in brackets after the publication data. Note that there is no period within or after the bracketed entry. B. Tolman, Stephen. The Uses of Argument. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1958. A seminal text describing argument in non-symbolic language. You may also add full sentence annotations on a new line indented from the left margin. B. Tolman, Stephen. The Uses of Argument. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1958. This is the seminal text describing the structure of an argument in non-symbolic language. 16.2.2 Arrangement of entries. 16.2.2.1 Alphabetical by author. A bibliography is normally a single list of all sources arranged alphabetically by the last name of the author, editor, or whoever is RST in each entry. For alphabetizing names from languages other than English, compound names, and other special cases, see 16.2.2.2. Most word processors and citation management tools can sort entries alphabetically. For all but the simplest of lists, however, the results will typically need some adjusting. If you are writing a thesis or dissertation, your department or university may specify that you should alphabetize the entries letter by letter or word by word, see 1658-61 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017, for an explanation of these two systems. If your bibliography includes 2 or more works written, edited, or translated by the same individual, arrange the entries alphabetically by title, ignoring articles such as a and the. For all entries after the RST, replace the individual's name with a long dash, called a 3M dash, see 21.7.3. For edited or translated works, put a comma and the appropriate designation, ed, trans, or the like, after the dash. List all such works before any that the individual co-authored or co-edit. Successive entries by 2 or more authors in which only the RST author's name is the same are alphabetized according to the co-author's last names. Note that it is best to make all these adjustments manually after you have sorted your complete bibliography alphabetically by name. B. Gates, Henry Louis, Jr. America Behind the Color Line, Dialogues with African Americans. New York, Warner Books, 2004. Black in Latin America. New York, New York University Press, 2011. Ed. The Classic Slave Narratives. New York, Penguin. Putnam, 2002. The Signifying Monkey, A Theory of African American Literary Criticism. New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Tradition and the Black Atlantic, Critical Theory in the African Diaspora. New York, Basic Civitas, 2010. Gates, Henry Louis, Jr. and Cornel West. The African American Century, How Black Americans Have Shaped Our Country. New York, Free Press, 2000. Gates, Henry Louis, Jr. and Donald Iacovoni. The African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross. Carlsbad, C.A., Smiley Books. 2013. The same principles apply to works by a single group of authors named in the same order. B. Marty, Martin E. and R. Scott Appleby, eds. Accounting for Fundamentalisms. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2004. The Glory and the Power, The Fundamentalist Challenge to the Modern World. Boston, Beacon Press, 1992. Marty, Martin E. and Micah Marty. When True Simplicity is Gained, Finding Spiritual Clarity in a Complex World. Grand Rapids, Me, William B. Eerdmans, 1998. If a source does not have a named author or editor, alphabetize it based on the RST element of the citation, generally a title. Ignore articles such as a and the. B. Account of the operations of the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India. 22 volume. Dehradun, Survey of India, 1870-1910. The Great Trigonometrical Survey of India. Calcutta Review 38. 1863, 2662. State and Prospects of Asia. Quarterly Review 63, number 126. March 1839, 369-402. 16.2.2.2 Special Types of Names. Some authors' names consist of more than a readily identifiable RST name and last name. In many cases, you can determine the correct order by consulting your library's catalog. For historical names, the biographical entries at merriam-webster.com can be helpful. This section outlines some general principles for alphabetizing such names in your bibliography. In shortened or parenthetical notes, use the last name exactly as inverted, shown below in bold. If your paper involves names from languages other than English, follow the conventions for those languages. Compound names. Alphabetize compound last names, including hyphenated names, by the RST part of the compound. If a woman uses both her own family name and her husband's but does not hyphenate them, generally alphabetize by the second surname. While many languages have predictable patterns for compound names, see below. Others such as French and German do not. Hein, Darlene Clark. Kessler Harris, Alice. Mies van der Rohe, Ludwig. Teilhard de Chardin, Pierre. Names with particles. Depending on the language, particles such as d, and van may or may not be considered the RST part of a last name. For alphabetizing, consult one of the resources noted above if you are unsure about a particular name. Note that particles may be either lowercased or capitalized, and some are followed by an apostrophe. Beauvoir, Simone de Gaulle, Charles. De Leonardo, Michaela. Kooning, Willem de Medici, Lorenzo de Van Rensselaer, Stephen. Names beginning with Mac, Saint, or O. Names that begin with Mac, Saint, or O can have many variations in abbreviation, MC, Street. Spelling, Saint, San, capitalization, Macmillan, McAllister, and hyphenation or apostrophes, O'Neill or Odell, St. Gaudens or Street. Dennis. Alphabetize all such names based on the letters actually present. Do not group them because they are similar. Spanish names. Many Spanish last names are compound names, consisting of an individual's paternal and maternal family names, sometimes joined by the conjunction y. Alphabetize such names under the RST part. Ortega y Gasset, Jose. Sanchez Mendoza, Juana. Arabic names. Alphabetize Arabic last names that begin with the particle al or el, under the element following the particle. Names that begin with Abu, ABD, and IBN, like English names beginning with Mac or Saint, should be alphabetized under these terms. Abu Zafar Nadvi, Syed Hakim, Tawfiq al Ibn Saud, Aziz Jamal, Muhammad Hamid al Chinese, Japanese, and Korean names. If an author with a Chinese, Japanese, or Korean name follows traditional usage, family name, followed by given name, do not invert the name or insert a comma between the RST and last names. If the author follows westernized usage, given name followed by family name, treat the name as you would an English name. Traditional usage, westernized usage. Jiaowuqi Kurosawa, Noriaki, Kim De-young Lee, Changrai, Yoshida Shigeru Tsao, Tang. 16.2.2.3 Other than alphabetical. Occasionally readers will nd an order other than alphabetical more useful. Single author bibliographies are often more usefully arranged chronologically, as are specialized listings such as newspaper articles, archival records, and so on. You may also nd it useful to invent an order for a specific purpose. For example, a list of topographical maps arranged by state or region. If you do use an order other than alphabetical or chronological, explain your choice in a headnote. 16.2.2.4 Categorized listings. You may organize a longer bibliography into categories to help readers see related sources as a group. Common ways of categorizing longer bibliographies into sections include these. By format. You can create separate lists for manuscripts, archival collections, recordings, and so on. By primacy. You can separate primary sources from secondary and tertiary ones, as in a single author bibliography. By eld. You can group sources by eld, either because your readers will have different interests, as in the bibliography to this book, or because you mix work from elds not usually combined. For example, a work on the theory and psychology of comic literature might categorize sources as follows: theory of comedy, psychological studies, literary criticism, comic works. If you categorize sources, present them either in separate bibliographies or in a single bibliography divided into sections. Introduce each separate bibliography or section with a subheading and, if necessary, a headnote. In a single bibliography, use the same principle of order within each section, usually alphabetical, and do not list a source in more than one section, unless it clearly could be categorized in two or more ways. If you use different principles of order, create separate bibliographies, each with its own explanatory heading. 16.2.3 Sources that may be omitted. By convention, you may omit the following types of sources from a bibliography. Brief published items, such as abstracts. 17.2.7 Pamphlets and reports. 17.7.3, and reviews of published works or performances, 17.9.2. Newspaper articles, see 17.4. Blog posts and comments, 17.5.2, postings to social media, 17.5.3, or to online forums or mailing lists, 17.5.4, and interviews and personal communications, 17.6. Individual documents in manuscript collections, 17.7.4 and 17.7.5. Classical, medieval, and early English literary works, 17.8.1, and, in some cases, well-known English language plays, 17.10.4.2. The Bible and other sacred works, 17.8.2. Well-known reference works, such as major dictionaries and encyclopedias, 17.9.1. Some sources in the visual and performing arts, including artworks, 17.10.1, and live performances, 17.10.2. The U.S. Constitution, 17.11.5, legal cases, 17.11.7, and some other types of public documents, 17.11.2.5. You may choose to include in your bibliography a specific item from one of these categories that is critical to your argument or frequently cited. If you use many such sources from a single larger entity, for example, several documents from a single manuscript collection, you may cite the larger entity, as discussed in the relevant sections of Chapter 17. 16.3 Notes. Writers use several different kinds of notes, depending on their readers, and the nature of their project. This section explains your options and how to choose among them. 16.3.1 Footnotes versus endnotes. Your department may specify whether you should use footnotes or endnotes, especially for a thesis or dissertation. If not, you should generally choose footnotes, which are easier to read. Endnotes force readers to flip to the back of the paper or of each chapter to check every citation. If you include substantive comments in endnotes, see 16.3.5, readers may ignore them because they cannot tell without turning to the back which notes are substantive and which only cite sources. On the other hand, choose endnotes when your footnotes are so long or numerous that they take up too much space on the page, making your report unattractive and difficult to read. Also, endnotes better accommodate tables, quoted poetry, and anything else that requires a lot of room or complex formatting. If you use endnotes and include only a few substantive notes, you can reduce the risk that readers will miss them by separating substantive notes from source notes. Number source notes and present them as endnotes. Signal substantive notes with asterisks and other symbols, see 16.3.3, and present them as footnotes. 16.3.2 Referencing notes in text. Whenever you refer to or otherwise use material from a source, you must insert into your text a superscript number that directs your reader to a note that gives bibliographical information about that source. put the number at the end of the sentence or clause containing the quotation or other material. See also 25.2. Normally the note number should follow any mark of punctuation, including a closing parenthesis. Magic was a staple of the Kinahan charm. 1. This, wrote George Templeton Strong, is what our tailors can do. 2. In an earlier book he had said quite the opposite. 3. If, however, the note refers to material before a dash, put the reference number before the dash. The bias surfaced in the Shotwell series 4, though not obviously. Do not include more than one reference number at the same location, such as 5, 6. Instead, use one number and include all citations or comments in a single note. See 16.3.5. Avoid putting a note number inside or at the end of a chapter title or subtitle. If your note applies to the entire chapter, omit the number and put an unnumbered footnote on the RST page, before any numbered notes. You may, on the other hand, attach a note number to a subhead. 16.3.3 Numbering notes. Number notes consecutively, beginning with 1. If your paper has separate chapters, restart each chapter with note 1. Do not skip a number or use numbers such as 5a. If you use endnotes for source citations but footnotes for substantive comments, see 16.3.1, do not number the footnotes. Instead label the RST footnote on a page with an asterisk, asterisk. If you have more than one footnote on a page, use superscript symbols in the sequence asterisk. For notes to tables, see 26.2.7. 16.3.4 Formatting notes. Use regular paragraph indents for both footnotes and endnotes. Begin each note with its reference number, formatted not as a superscript but as regular text. Put a period and a space between the number and the text of the note. For notes labeled with symbols, see 16.3.3, a space but not a period should appear between the symbol and the text of the note. If your local guidelines allow it, you may instead use superscripts for reference numbers and symbols in notes. By default, word processors typically apply identical formatting to the number or symbol in the text and its corresponding number or symbol in the note, making this the easier option. You should then begin the text of each note with an intervening space but no period. 16.3.4.1 Footnotes. Begin every footnote on the page on which you reference it. Put a short rule between the last line of text and the RST footnote on each page, including any notes that run over from previous pages. Your word processor should do this automatically. If a footnote runs over to the next page, it is best if it breaks in mid-sentence, so that readers do not think the note is niched and overlook the part on the next page. Single space each footnote. If you have more than one footnote on a page, put a blank line between notes. See GUR A10 for a sample page of text with footnotes. 16.3.4.2 Endnotes. Endnotes should be listed together after the end of the text and any appendixes but before the bibliography. Single space each note, and put a blank line between notes. Label the list notes. If you restart numbering for each chapter, add a subheading before the RST note to each chapter, chapter 1 and so forth. See GUR A14 for a sample page of endnotes. 16.3.5 Complex Notes. 16.3.5.1 Citations. If you cite several sources to make a single point, group them into a single note to avoid cluttering your text with reference numbers. List the citations in the same order in which the references appear in the text, separate citations with semicolons. Only when we gather the work of several scholars, Walter Sutton's explications of some of Whitman's shorter poems, Paul Fussell's careful study of structure in Cradle, S.K. Kaufman's close readings of Crossing Brooklyn Ferry and Passage to India do we begin to get a sense of both the extent and the specificity of Whitman's forms. 1. N. 1. Sutton, The Analysis of Free Verse Form, illustrated by a reading of Whitman, Journal of Aesthetics and Art Criticism 18, No. 2, December 1959, to 4154, Fussell, Whitman's Curious Warble. Reminiscence and Reconciliation, in the Presence of Whitman, ed. R. W. B. Lewis, New York, Columbia University Press, 1962, 2851. Kaufman, Crossing Brooklyn Ferry, A Note on the Catalog. Technique in Whitman's Poetry, Modern Philology 51, No. 4, May 1954, to 2532, Kaufman, Form and Meaning in Whitman's Passage to India, PMLA 70, No. 3, June 1955, 33749. It is also useful to group citations when you refer readers to a number of additional sources, called a string cite. N. 2. On activists, school reforms, and school protests, see Ray Santana and Mario Esparza, East Los Angeles Blowouts, in Parameters of Institutional Change, Chicano Experiences in Education, ed. Armando Valdez, Hayward, CA, Southwest Network. 1974, 1-9, Mario T. Garcia and Sal Castro, Blowout. Sal Castro and the Chicano Struggle for Educational Justice, Durham. University of North Carolina Press, 2011, and Henry J. Gutierrez. The Chicano Education Rights Movement and School Segregation. Los Angeles, 1962-1970, Ph.D. Dis, University of California, Irvine. 1990. 16.3.5.2 Citations and Comments. If a note includes both a citation and a substantive comment, put the citation RST with a period after it, followed by the comment in a separate sentence. To come to Paris was to experience the simultaneous pleasures of the best contemporary art and the most vibrant art center. 1. N. 1. Nat, Paris Art Schools, 269. Gilded Age American artists traveled to other European art centers, most notably Munich, but Paris surpassed all others in size and importance. When you include a quotation in a note, put the citation after the terminal punctuation of the quotation. Property qualifications dropped out of U.S. practice for petit juries gradually during the 19th century but remained in force for grand juries in some jurisdictions until the mid-20th century. 2. N. 2. A grand jury inquires into complaints and accusations brought before it and, based on evidence presented by the state, issues bills of indictment. Kermit Hall, The Magic Mirror, Law in American History, New York, Oxford University Press, 1989, 172. Be judicious in your use of substantive comments in notes. If a point is critical to your argument, include it in the text. If it is peripheral, think carefully about whether it is important enough to mention in a note. 16.4 Short forms for notes. In some ELDs, your instructor may expect you to give full bibliographical data in each note, but in most you can give a complete citation the rest time. You cite a work and a shortened one in subsequent notes. In a few ELDs, writers use a shortened form for all citations, with complete data listed only in the bibliography. If you don't know the practice common in your ELD, consult your local guidelines. 16.4.1 Shortened notes. A shortened note should include enough information for readers to enter the full citation in your bibliography or in an earlier note. The two main choices are author-only notes and author title notes. In some ELDs, writers use the author title form for all shortened notes, in others, writers use the author-only form for most shortened notes, but the author title form when they cite more than one work by the same author. Unless your local guidelines specify otherwise, prefer the author title form. If a source does not have an author or editor, you can use a title-only note. Figure 16.2 provides templates for each type of shortened note. Figure 16.2. Templates for shortened notes. The following templates show what elements should be included in what order in the three types of shortened notes. See 16.4.1 for when to use each type. They also show punctuation, capitalization of titles, and typography of the elements. Gray shading shows terms as they would actually appear in a citation. Number stands in for note number, XX stands in for page number cited. Author-only notes. 1. Single author. N. Number. Author's last name, XX. 1. Duckworth, 88. For a work cited by editor or translator instead of author, see 17.1.1, use the editor or translator in place of the author. Do not add ed or trans, as in a full note. N. Number. Editor's or translator's last name, XX. 2. Prakash, 41, 42. If two or more authors have the same last name, distinguish them by adding RST names or initials. 2. 2 or 3 authors. N. Number. Author number 1's last name and author number 2's last name, XX. 3. Choi and Peng, 140. N. Number. Author number 1's last name, author number 2's last name, and author number 3's last name, XX. 4. White, Williams, and Willig, 122. 3. 4 or more authors. N. Number. Author number 1's last name E.T. Alabama, XX. 5. Icon Green E.T. Alabama, 215. Author title notes. 4. Books. N. Number. Author's last name, shortened title, XX. 6. Duckworth, Grit, 88. For books by more than one author, follow the pattern for authors' names in templates 2 and 3. 5. Articles. N. Number. Author's last name, shortened title, XX. 7. Fernandez, Practical Reasoning, 880-81. For articles by more than one author, follow the pattern for authors' names in templates 2 and 3. Title-only notes. 6. Books without an author. N. Number. Shortened title, XX. 8. Account of operations, 252. 7. Articles without an author. N. Number. Shortened title, XX. 9. Great Trigonometrical Survey, 26-27. An author-only note includes the author's last name and page numbers, or other locator, separated by a comma and followed by a period. If the work has an editor rather than an author, use the editor's last name but do not add ed. An author title note adds a shortened title composed of up to 4 distinctive words from the full title. Use a comma to separate the author and the shortened title, and put the title in italics or quotation marks, as you would in a full note. N. 1. Dana Velasco Murillo, Urban Indians in a Silver City, Zacatecas, Mexico, 1546-1810, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, 2016. 140. 2. Velasco Murillo, Urban Indians, 142. Or 2. Velasco Murillo, 142. 3. Charles W. Collier, The Death of Gun Control, An American Tragedy, Critical Inquiry 41, Number 1, 2014, 102. 4. Collier, Gun Control, 127-28. Or 4. Collier, 127-28. 5. Hassan Quaim Jeffries, Remaking History, Barack Obama. Political Cartoons, and the Civil Rights Movement, in Civil Rights History from the Ground Up, Local Struggles, a National Movement. Ed. Emily Crosby, Athens, University of Georgia Press, 2011, 260. 6. Jeffries, Remaking History, 261-62. Or 6. Jeffries, 261-62. For multiple authors or editors, list the last names in the same order in which they appear in a full note. N. 7. Ellen G. Friedman and Miriam Fuchs, eds, Breaking the Sequence, Women's Experimental Fiction, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 2014, 312. 8. Friedman and Fuchs, Women's Experimental Fiction, 320. Or 8. Friedman and Fuchs, 320. 16.4.2 Ibid. At one time, writers shortened citations in notes by using Latin terms and abbreviations, idem, the same, opus citation, for opere citato, in the work cited, and locative citation, for loco citato, in the place cited. This practice has fallen out of favor, so avoid all Latin citation terms except one ibid, from ibidem or in the same place. Some writers still use ibid to shorten a citation to a work cited in the immediately preceding note. N. 1. Buchan, Advice to Mothers, 71. 2. Ibid, 95. 3. Ibid. In notes, ibid should not be italicized. At the start of a note, it should be capitalized. Since ibid is an abbreviation, it must end with a period. If the citation includes a page number, put a comma after ibid. If the page number of a reference is the same as in the previous note, do not include a page number after ibid. Do not use ibid after a note that contains more than one citation, and avoid using ibid to refer to footnotes that do not appear on the same page. Unless your local guidelines require the use of ibid, you may instead use one of the shortened forms discussed in 16.4.1 to refer to an immediately preceding note. 16.4.3 Parenthetical notes. 16.4.3.1 Parenthetical notes versus footnotes or endnotes. You may want to use parenthetical notes if you are discussing a particular work at length and need to cite it frequently. Such in-text references can make your text easier to follow. The rest time you cite the work, provide full bibliographical data in a footnote or endnote. For subsequent references, use parenthetical notes instead of shortened notes. See 16.4.1. For examples, see 16.4.3.2. You may also use parenthetical notes for certain types of sources that readers can identify with only a few elements, such as a newspaper article. See 17.4, a legal case, 17.11.7, an older literary work, 17.8.1, a biblical or other sacred work, 17.8.2, or a source in the visual and performing arts. 17.10. These sources can often be omitted from your bibliography, see 16.2.3. In studies of language and literature, parenthetical notes have generally replaced footnotes or endnotes for most source citations, including the RST reference to each work. 16.4.3.2 Formatting parenthetical notes. Insert a parenthetical note where you would place a reference number for a note at the end of a quotation, sentence, or clause. The note comes before rather than after any comma, period, or other punctuation mark when the quotation is run into the text. With a block quotation, the note follows the terminal punctuation mark, not shown here. See 25.2.2.1 for an example. The fullest parenthetical note includes the same information as the author title form of a shortened note, with the elements separated by commas. Note that both the elements and the punctuation are slightly different from those used in parenthetical citations in author date style. Described in chapters 18 and 19, do not confuse or combine the two styles. What on introspection seems to happen immediately and without effort is often a complex symphony of processes that take time to complete. Ledoux, Synaptic Self, 116. According to one expert, the norms of friendship are different in the workplace. Little, norms of collegiality, 330. For most types of sources, you will have 3 additional options for shortening parenthetical notes, as follows. Page numbers only. You may include in the parentheses only the page number, S, or other locator if readers can readily identify the specific source from your text, either because it is a main object of your study, as in the RST example below referring to a particular edition of Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, or because you mention the author or title in your text. Either way, you must provide full bibliographic information elsewhere. Poor John, interposes Stowe's narrative voice, it was rather natural, and the tears that fell, as he spoke, came as naturally as if he had been a white man. 169. Ernst Cassirer notes this in Language and Myth, 59-60. Author and page number. You should include the author and page number, S, or other locator if readers cannot readily identify the source from your text, as long as you cite only one work by that author. While one school claims that material culture may be the most objective source of information we have concerning America's past, Dietz, 259, others disagree. Title and page number. You should include a shortened title and page number, S, or other locator if readers can readily identify the author from your text but you cite more than one work by that author. According to Furet, the Second World War completed what the First had begun: the domination of the great political religions over European public opinion, passing of an illusion. 360. If you cite a work often, you can abbreviate the title. If the abbreviation is not obvious, you may specify it in the note for its RST citation. If you use more than VE such abbreviations in your citations, list them in a separate section of your paper, CA 2111. N. 1. François Furet, The Passing of an Illusion, The Idea of Communism in the 20th Century, trans. Deborah Furet. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1999, 368, cited in text as Pi. According to Furet, the Second World War completed what the First had begun: the domination of the great political religions over European public opinion, Pi. 360. For newspaper articles and other types of sources in which author, title, and page number are not the key identifying elements, see 16.4.3.1 and the relevant sections of Chapter 17, modify the parenthetical note style as needed. For an example, see 17.4.3. 17 Notes Bibliography Style, citing specific types of sources. 17.1 Books. 17.1.1 Author's name. 17.1.2 Title. 17.1.3 Edition. 17.1.4 Volume. 17.1.5 Series. 17.1.6 Facts of Publication. 17.1.7 Page numbers and other locators. 17.1.8 Chapters and other parts of a book. 17.1.9 Letters and other communications in published collections. 17.1.10 Electronic books. 17.2 Journal articles. 17.2.1 Author's name. 17.2.2 Article title. 17.2.3 Journal title. 17.2.4 Issue information. 17.2.5 Page numbers. 17.2.6 Special issues and supplements. 17.2.7 Abstracts. 17.3 Magazine articles. 17.4 Newspaper articles. 17.4.1 Name of newspaper. 17.4.2 Citing newspapers in notes. 17.4.3 Citing newspapers in text. 17.5 Websites, blogs, and social media. 17.5.1 Website content. 17.5.2 Blog posts. 17.5.3 Social media. 17.5.4 Online forums and mailing lists. 17.6 Interviews and personal communications. 17.6.1 Interviews. 17.6.2 Personal communications. 17.7 Papers, lectures, and manuscript collections. 17.7.1 Theses and dissertations. 17.7.2 Lectures and papers presented at meetings. 17.7.3 Pamphlets and reports. 17.7.4 Manuscript collections. 17.7.5 Online collections. 17.8 Older works and sacred works. 17.8.1 Classical, medieval, and early English literary works. 17.8.2 The Bible and other sacred works. 17.9 Reference works and secondary citations. 17.9.1 Reference works. 17.9.2 Reviews. 17.9.31 Source quoted in another. 17.10 Sources in the visual and performing arts. 17.10.1 Artworks and graphics. 17.10.2 Live performances. 17.10.3 Multimedia. 17.10.4 Texts in the visual and performing arts. 17.11 Public documents. 17.11.1 Elements to include, their order, and how to format them. 17.11.2 Congressional publications. 17.11.3 Presidential publications. 17.11.4 Publications of government departments and agencies. 17.11.5 U.S. Constitution. 17.11.6 Treaties. 17.11.7 Legal cases. 17.11.8 State and local government documents. 17.11.9 Canadian government documents. 17.11.10 British government documents. 17.11.11 Publications of international bodies. 17.11.12 Unpublished government documents. Chapter 16 presents an overview of the basic pattern for citations in the Notes bibliography style, including bibliography entries, full notes, shortened notes, and parenthetical notes. If you are not familiar with this citation style, read that chapter before consulting this one. This chapter provides detailed information on the form of notes and bibliography entries for a wide range of sources. It starts with the most commonly cited sources, books and journal articles, before addressing a wide variety of other sources. The sections on books, 17.1, and journal articles, 17.2, discuss variations in such elements as authors' names and titles of works in greater depth than sections on less common sources. Examples of sources consulted online are included alongside most other types of examples. Electronic book formats are discussed at 17.1.10. For some general considerations, especially if you are new to research, see 15.4. For tips related to citation management tools, see 15.6. Examples of notes are identified with an N and bibliography entries with AB. In some cases, the examples show the same work cited in both forms to illustrate the similarities and differences between them. In other cases, they show different works to illustrate variations in elements even within a specific type of source. For shortened forms of notes, see 16.4. If you cannot find an example in this chapter, consult Chapter 14 of the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, 2017. You may also create your own style, adapted from the principles and examples given here. Most instructors, departments, and universities accept such adaptations as long as you apply them consistently. 17.1 Books. Citations of books may include a wide range of elements. Many of the Variations in elements discussed in this section are also relevant to other types of sources. 17.1.1 Author's name. Give the name of each author, an editor, translator, or other contributor, exactly as it appears on the title page, and in the same order. If a name includes more than one initial, use spaces between them, see 24.2.1. For multiple authors, see GOR 16.1. In notes, list authors' names in standard order, RST name RST. N. 1. Ankai Mukherjee, What is a Classic? Postcolonial Rewriting and Invention of the Canon, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press. 2013, 184-85. 2 G. J. Barker Benfield, Abigail and John Adams, The Americanization of Sensibility, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 2010, 499. 3. Donald R. Kinder and Allison Dale Riddle, The End of Race? Obama, 2008, and Racial Politics in America, New Haven, CT, Yale University Press, 2012, 47. In bibliography entries, put the RST listed author's name in inverted order. Last name RST, except for some non-English names and other cases. Explained in 16.2.2.2. Names of any additional authors should follow but should not be inverted. B. Barker Benfield, G. J. Abigail and John Adams, The Americanization of Sensibility. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2010. Kinder, Donald R., and Allison Dale Riddle. The End of Race? Obama, 2008, and Racial Politics in America. New Haven, CT. Yale University Press, 2012. Mukherjee, Ankai. What is a Classic? Postcolonial Rewriting and Invention of the Canon. Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press. 2013. 17.1.1.1 Editor or translator in addition to an author. If a title page lists an editor or a translator in addition to an author, treat the author's name as described above. Add the editor or translator's name after the book's title. If there is a translator as well as an editor, list the names in the same order as on the title page of the original. If the author's name appears in the title, you may omit it from the note but not from the bibliography entry. In notes, insert the abbreviation ed. Never eds, since in this context it means edited by rather than editor, or trans. Before the editor's or translator's name. N. 1. Elizabeth I., Collected Works, ed. Leah S. Marcus, Janelle Mueller, and Mary Beth Rose, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 2000, 1024. 2. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, The Science of Logic, ed. and trans. George De Giovanni, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 2010, 642-43. 3. The No-Jitric Reader, Selected Essays on Latin American Literature, ed. Daniel Balderston, trans. Susan E. Benner, Durham. N.C., Duke University Press, 2005, 189. In bibliography entries, insert the phrase edited by or translated by before the editor's or translator's name. B. Elizabeth I. Collected Works. Edited by Leah S. Marcus, Janelle Mueller, and Mary Beth Rose. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2000. Hegel, George Wilhelm Friedrich. The Science of Logic. Edited and translated by George Di Giovanni. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2010. Jitric, No. The No-Jitric Reader, Selected Essays on Latin American Literature. Edited by Daniel Balderston. Translated by Susan E. Benner. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2005. When a title page identifies an editor or translator with a complicated description, such as edited with an introduction and notes by or translated with a foreword by, you can simplify this phrase to edited by or translated by and follow the above examples. In general, if a foreword or an introduction is written by someone other than the author, you need not mention that person unless you cite that part specifically. See 17.1.8. 17.1.1.2 Editor or translator in place of an author. When an editor or a translator is listed on a book's title page instead of an author, use that person's name in the author's slot. Treat it as you would an author's name, see the beginning of this section, but add the abbreviation ed. Or trans. Following the name. If there are multiple editors or translators, use eds or trans. Singular and plural, and follow the principles for multiple authors shown in GOR 16.1. N. 1. Seamus Heaney, trans, Beowulf, A New Verse Translation. New York, W. W. Norton, 2000, 55. 2. Maria del Mar Legrano Narbona, Paulo G. Pinto, and John Tofik. Karam, eds, Crescent Over Another Horizon, Islam in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Latino USA, Austin, University of Texas Press. 2015, 140-41. B. Heaney, Seamus, trans. Beowulf, A New Verse Translation. New York, W. W. Norton, 2000. Legrano Narbona, Maria del Mar, Paulo G. Pinto, and John Tofik. Karam, eds. Crescent Over Another Horizon, Islam in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Latino USA. Austin, University of Texas Press, 2015. 17.1.1.3 Organization as author. If a publication issued by an organization, association, commission, or corporation has no personal author's name on the title page, list the organization itself as author in the Bibliography, even if it is also given as publisher. For public documents, see 17.11. B. American Bar Association. The 2016 Federal Rules Book. Chicago, American Bar Association, 2016. National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States. The 9/11 Commission Report. New York, W. W. Norton, 2004. 17.1.1.4 Pseudonym. Treat a widely recognized pseudonym as if it were the author's real name. If the name listed as the author's is known to be a pseudonym but the real name is unknown, add pseud in brackets after the pseudonym. N. 1. Mark Twain, The Prince and the Pauper, A Tale for Young People of All Ages, New York, Harper and Brothers, 1899, 34. B. Sentinel, Pseud. Letters. In the Complete Anti-Federalist. Edited by Herbert J. Storing. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1981. 17.1.1.5 Anonymous author. If the authorship is known or guessed at but omitted from the book's title page, include the name in brackets, with a question mark if there is uncertainty. If the author or editor is unknown, avoid the use of anonymous in place of a name, but see below, and begin the note or bibliography entry with the title. N. 1. James Hawks, A Retrospect of the Boston Tea Party, with a Memoir of George R. T. Hughes, by a citizen of New York, New York. 1834, 128-29. 2. A True and Sincere Declaration of the Purpose and Ends of the Plantation begun in Virginia, of the degrees which it hath received, and means by which it hath been advanced, London, 1610, 17. B. Hawks, James. A Retrospect of the Boston Tea Party, with a Memoir of George R. T. Hughes, by a citizen of New York, New York, 1834. A True and Sincere Declaration of the Purpose and Ends of the Plantation begun in Virginia, of the degrees which it hath received, and means by which it hath been advanced. London, 1610. If the author is explicitly listed as anonymous on the title page, cite the book accordingly. B. Anonymous. The Secret Lives of Teachers. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2015. 17.1.2 Title. List complete book titles and subtitles. Italicize both, and separate the title from the subtitle with a colon. In the rare case of two subtitles, either follow the punctuation in the original or use a colon before the RST and a semicolon before the second. N. 1. Philip Marsden, Rising Ground, A Search for the Spirit of Place. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2016, 113-14. Capitalize most titles and subtitles headline style, that is, capitalize the RST letter of the RST and last words of the title and subtitle and all major words. For titles in languages other than English, use sentence style. Capitalization, that is, capitalize only the RST letter of the RST word of the title and subtitle and any proper nouns or other terms that would be capitalized under the conventions of the original language. In some Romance languages, proper adjectives and some proper nouns are not capitalized. See 22.3.1 for a more detailed discussion of the two styles. Headline style, How to Do It, Guides to Good Living for Renaissance Italians. Sentence style, A quadrivently algorithms, nos vise a lure de big data. Preserve the spelling, hyphenation, and punctuation of the original title. With two exceptions, change words in full capitals, except for initialisms or acronyms. See Chapter 24, to upper and lowercase, and change an ampersand and to Andorra. Spell out numbers or give them as numerals. According to the original, 12th century or 12th century, unless there is a good reason to make them consistent with other titles in the list. For titles of chapters and other parts of a book, see 17.1.8. 17.1.2.1 Special elements in titles. Several elements in titles require special treatment. Dates. Use a comma to set off dates at the end of a title or subtitle, even if there is no punctuation in the original source. But if the source introduces the dates with a preposition, for example, from 1922, 1945, or a colon, do not add a comma. N. 1. Romain Hayes, Subhas Chandra Bose in Nazi Germany. Politics, Intelligence and Propaganda, 1941-43, New York. Columbia University Press, 2011, 150-152. B. Sorensen, John L. and Carl L. Johannesson. World Trade and Biological Exchanges before 1492. Bloomington, in iUniverse, 2009. Titles within titles. When the title of a work that would normally be italicized appears within the italicized title of another, enclose the quoted title in quotation marks. If the title within a title would normally be enclosed in quotation marks, keep the quotation marks. N. 2. Elizabeth Leightonson, Dirt for Art's Sake, Books on Trial. From Madame Bovary to Lolita, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 2007, 17. B. McHugh, Roland. Annotations to Finnegan's Wake. 2nd ed. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1991. However, when the entire main title of a book consists of a title within a title, do not add quotation marks, but keep any quotation marks used in the source. N. 3. Alan Light, Let's Go Crazy, Prince and the Making of Purple Rain, New York, Atria Books, 2014, 88. B. Wilde, Oscar. The Picture of Dorian Gray, an annotated, uncensored edition. Edited by Nicholas Frankel. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2011. Italicized terms. When an italicized title includes terms normally italicized in text, such as species names or names of ships, set the terms in Roman type. N. For T. Hugh Pennington, When Food Kills, BSE, E. coli, and Disaster Science, New York, Oxford University Press, 2003. 15. B. Leck, Raymond B. The Tragic Fate of the USS Indianapolis. The U.S. Navy's Worst Disaster at Sea. New York, Cooper Square Press, 2001. Question marks and exclamation points. When a title or a subtitle ends with a question mark or an exclamation point, no other punctuation normally follows. One exception, if the title would normally be followed by a comma, as in a shortened note, see 16.4.1, keep the comma. See also 21.12.1. N. 5. Jafari S. Allen, Venceremos. The Erotics of Black Self. Making in Cuba, Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2011. 210-11. 6. Allen, Venceremos, 212. B. Wolpert, Stanley. India and Pakistan, Continued Conflict or Cooperation. Berkeley, University of California Press. 2010. 17.1.2.2 Older titles. For titles of works published in the 18th century or earlier, retain the original punctuation and spelling. Also retain the original capitalization, even if it does not follow headline style. Words in all capital letters, however, should be given in upper and lower case. If the title is very long, you may shorten it, but provide enough information for readers to ND the full title in a library or publisher's catalog. Indicate omissions in such titles by 3 ellipsis dots. Put the dots in square brackets to show that they are not part of the original title. Square brackets are also used in the RST example to show that the place of publication is known but did not appear with the source. If the omission comes at the end of a title in a bibliography entry, add a period after the bracketed dots. N. 1. John Ray, Observations Topographical, Moral, and Physiological, made in a journey through part of the Low Countries, Germany, Italy, and France, with a catalogue of plants not native of England. Whereunto is added a brief account of Francis Willoughby, Esquire, his voyage through a great part of Spain, London, 1673, 15. B. Escalante, Bernardino. A discourse of the navigation which the Portugals do make to the realms and provinces of the East parties of the world. Translated by John Frampton. London, 1579. 17.1.2.3 Non-English titles. Use sentence style capitalization for non-English titles, following the capitalization principles for proper nouns and other terms within the relevant language. If you are unfamiliar with these principles, consult a reliable source. N. 1. José Reveles, Echa la culpa a la heroína, de Iguala. Chicago, New York, Vintage Español, 2016, 94. 2. Ljiljaná Piltek Stojanovic, ed. Good Freund I Kubizam. Belgrade, Musej Savremena Umetnosti, 1971, 54-55. B. Kolek, Nikla. Die Fremdbraut, Einbericht aus dem Innerrande. Türkischen Lebens in Deutschland. Munich, Goldman Verlag. 2006. If you add the English translation of a title, place it after the original. Enclose it in brackets without italics or quotation marks, and capitalize it. Sentence style. N. 3. Henryk Verisicki, Kony Aksojuju Trzech Cesarzi. The End of the Three Emperors League, Warsaw, PWN, 1977, 5. B. Yu Qiuming. Zongguo Chuan Mei Fa Zhan Qian Yan Tan Suo Nu. Perspectives on News and Communication. Beijing, Xin Huachu. Banshi, 2011. If you need to cite both the original and a translation, use one of the following forms, depending on whether you want to focus readers on the original or the translation. B. Furet, François. Le Passé d'une Illusion. Paris, Editions Robert Laffont, 1995. Translated by Deborah Furet as The Passing of an Illusion, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1999. Or Furet, François. The Passing of an Illusion. Translated by Deborah Furet. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1999. Originally published as Le Passé d'une Illusion, Paris, Editions Robert Laffont, 1995. 17.1.3 edition. Some works are published in more than one edition. Each edition differs in content or format or both. Always include information about the edition you actually consulted, unless it is ARST edition, which is usually not labeled as such. 17.1.3.1 Revised editions. When a book is reissued with significant content changes, it may be called a revised edition or a second, or subsequent, edition. This information usually appears on the book's title page and is repeated, along with the date of the edition, on the copyright page. When you cite an edition other than the RST, include the number or description of the edition after the title. Abbreviate such wording as second edition, revised and enlarged as second ed., abbreviate revised edition as Reverend ed. Include the publication date only of the edition you are citing, not of any previous editions. See 17.1.6. N. 1. Paul J. Bolt, Damon V. Coletta, and Collins G. Shackelford, Jr. eds. American Defense Policy, 8th ed. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2005, 157-58. B. Foley, Douglas E. Learning Capitalist Culture, Deep in the Heart of Tejas. 2nd ed. Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press. 2010. Levitt, Stephen D. and Stephen J. Dubner. Freakonomics, A Rogue Economist Explores the Hidden Side of Everything. Revelation ed. New York, HarperCollins, 2006. 17.1.3.2 reprint editions. Many books are reissued or published in more than one format, for example, in a paperback edition, by the original publisher or a different publisher, or in electronic form, see 17.1.10. Always record the facts of publication for the version you consulted. If the edition you consulted was published more than a year or two after the original edition or is a modern printing of a classic work, you may include the publication dates of both the original and the edition you are citing, see 17.1.6.3. N. 1. Randall Jarrell, Pictures from an Institution, A Comedy, 1954. Red Pr. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2010, 79-80. B. Dickens, Charles. Pictures from Italy. 1846. Reprint, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2011. 17.1.4 volume. If a book is part of a multi-volume work, include this information in your citations. 17.1.4.1 Specific volume. To cite a specific volume that carries its own title, list the title for the multi-volume work as a whole, followed by the volume number and title of the specific volume. Give the publication date of the individual volume. Abbreviate vol. And use Arabic numbers for volume numbers. N. 1. Hamid Nafisi, A Social History of Iranian Cinema, Vol. 4, The Globalizing Era, 1984-2010, Durham, N.C., Duke University Press. 2012, 44. B. Nafisi, Hamid. A Social History of Iranian Cinema. Volume 4, The Globalizing Era, 1984-2010. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2012. If the volumes are not individually titled, list each volume that you cite in the bibliography. See also 17.1.4.2. In a note, put the specific volume number, without vol, immediately before the page number, separated by a colon and no intervening space. N. 2. Muriel Street. Claire Byrne, ed., The Lyle Letters, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1981, 4-43. B. Byrne, Muriel Street. Claire, ed. The Lyle Letters. Vols 1 and 4. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1981. Some multi-volume works have both a general editor and editors or authors for each volume. When citing a specific volume in such a work, include information about the volume editor, S, or author, S, see 17.1.1, as well as information about the editor, S, of the multi-volume work as a whole. The example from the history of cartography shows not only how to cite an individual contribution to such a work, see 17.1.9, but also how to cite a volume published in more than one physical part, Vol 2, BK 3. The examples from the papers of Martin Luther King, Jr. show how to cite a specific volume under the editor, S, of the work as a whole, useful when citing more than one volume from the same work, see also 17.1.4.2, or under the editor, S, of an individual volume. N. 3. Barbara E. Mundy, Mesoamerican Cartography, in the History of Cartography, ed. J. Brian Harley and David Woodward, Vol. 2, BK 3, Cartography in the Traditional African, American, Arctic, Australian, and Pacific Societies, ed. David Woodward and G. Malcolm Lewis, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1998, 233. B. Carson, Claiborne, ed. The Papers of Martin Luther King, Jr. Volume 7, To Save the Soul of America, January 1961, August 1962. Edited by Tanisha Armstrong. Berkeley, University of California Press, 2014. Or Armstrong, Tanisha, ed. To Save the Soul of America, January 1961, August 1962. Volume 7 of the Papers of Martin Luther King, Jr., edited by Claiborne Carson. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1992. 17.1.4.2 Multi-volume work as a whole. To cite a multi-volume work as a whole, give the title, the total number of volumes, and, if the volumes have been published over several years, the full span of publication dates. B. Aristotle. Complete Works of Aristotle, the Revised Oxford Translation. Edited by J. Barnes. 2 volume. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 1983. Tillich, Paul. Systematic Theology. 3 volume. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1951-63. For works that include individual volume titles or volume editors, see 17.1.4.1, it is usually best to cite the volumes individually. 17.1.5 Series. If a book belongs to a series, you may choose to include information about the series to help readers locate the source and understand the context in which it was published. Place the series information after the title, and any volume or edition number, or editor's name, and before the facts of publication. Put the series title in Roman type with headline style capitalization, omitting any initial the. If the volumes in the series are numbered, include the number of the work cited following the series title. The name of the series editor is often omitted, but you may include it after the series title. If you include both an editor and a volume number, the number is preceded by vol. N. 1. Blake M. Houseman, Riding the Trail of Tears, Native Storyers, a series of American narratives, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 2011, 25. B. Lunning, Frenchy, ed. World Renewal. Macadamia 10. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2014. Stein, Gertrude. Selections. Edited by Joan Ritalik. Poets for the Millennium, edited by Pierre Joris and Jerome Rothenberg. Vol. 6. Berkeley, University of California Press, 2008. 17.1.6 Facts of publication. The facts of publication usually include three elements: the place, city, of publication, the publisher's name, and the date, year, of publication. In notes, these elements are enclosed in parentheses, in bibliography entries. They are not N. 1. Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between the World and Me, New York. Spiegel and Grau, 2015, 122-23. B. Coates, Ta-Nehisi. Between the World and Me. New York, Spiegel. And Grau, 2015. For books published before the 20th century, you may omit the publisher's name. N. 2. Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man, and Selection in Relation to Sex, London, 1871, 1, 1617. B. Darwin, Charles. The Descent of Man, and Selection in Relation to Sex. 2 volume. London, 1871. 17.1.6.1 Place of publication. The place of publication is the city where the book publisher's main editorial offices are located. If you do not see it listed on the title page, look for it on the copyright page instead. Where 2 or more cities are given, Chicago and London, for example, include only the RST. Los Angeles, Getty Publications. New York, Columbia University Press. If the city of publication might be unknown to readers or confused with another city of the same name, add the abbreviation of the state, see 24.3.1. Province, or, if necessary, country. When the publisher's name includes the state name, no state abbreviation is needed. Cheshire, CT, Graphics Press. Harmondsworth, UK, Penguin Books. Cambridge, MA, MIT Press. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press. Prefer current, commonly used English names for cities whenever such Forms exist. When in doubt about which form to use, record the name of the city as it appears with the source. Belgrade, not Beograd. Milan, not Milano. When the place of publication is not known, an uncommon occurrence. For older works, which typically specify a city of publication, you may use the abbreviation NP in a note, or NP in a bibliography entry, before the publisher's name. If the place can be guessed, include it in brackets and add a question mark to indicate uncertainty. NP, Windsor, 1910. Lake Bluff, Illinois, Vliet and Edwards, 1920. It is common for books published more recently through modern self-publishing platforms not to list a place of publication. If you cite such a source, the place of publication can usually be omitted. See 17.1.6.2 for an example. 17.1.6.2 Publisher's name. Give the publisher's name for each book exactly as it appears on the title page, even if you know that the name has since changed or appears in a different form for other books in your bibliography. Harcourt Brace and World. Harcourt Brace Jovanovic. Harcourt, Brace. You may, however, omit an initial the and such abbreviations as Inc., Limited, South A, Co. and Publishing Co. and the spelled out forms of such corporate abbreviations. University of Texas Press instead of the University of Texas Press. Houghton Mifflin instead of Houghton Mifflin Co. Little, Brown instead of Little, Brown & Co. For non-English publishers, do not translate or abbreviate any part of the publisher's name, but give the city name in its English form, as noted in 17.1.6.1. When the publisher is unknown, use just the place, if known, and date of publication. If a book has been self-published, however, this fact may be noted. See also 17.1.6.1. B. Albin, Eleazar. A Natural History of Birds, illustrated with 101 copper plates, engraven from the life. London, printed by the author, 1738. Rye, Alicia. Serving Pleasure. Self-published, Crete Space, 2015. 17.1.6.3 Date of publication. The publication date for a book consists only of a year, not a month or day, and is usually identical to the copyright date. It generally appears on the copyright page and sometimes on the title page. Revised editions and reprints may include more than one copyright date. In this case, the most recent indicates the publication date, for example, 2017 in the string, copyright 2003, 2010, 2017. See 17.1.3 for citing publication dates in such works. If you cannot determine the publication date of a printed work, use the abbreviation ND in place of the year. If no date is provided but you believe you know it, you may add it in brackets, with a question mark to indicate uncertainty. B. Agnew, John. A Book of Virtues. Edinburgh, N.D. Miller, Samuel. Another Book of Virtues. Boston, 1750. If a book is under contract with a publisher and is already titled but the date of publication is not yet known, use forthcoming in place of the date. Treat any book not yet under contract as an unpublished manuscript. See 17.7.4. N. 1. Jane Q. Author, book title, place of publication, publishers. Name, forthcoming. 17.1.7 Page numbers and other locators. Page numbers and other information used to identify the location of a cited passage or element generally appear in notes but not in bibliographies. 1. Exception: if you cite a chapter or other section of a book in a bibliography, give the page range for that chapter or section. See 17.1.8 for examples. For guidelines on expressing a span of numbers, see 23.2.4. For page numbers and other locators in ebook formats, see 17.1.10. 17.1.7.1 Page, chapter, and division numbers. The locator is usually the last item in a note. Before page numbers, the word page or the abbreviation P or pages is generally omitted. Use Arabic numbers except for pages numbered with Roman numerals in the original. N. 1. Richard Aram and Josipa Roxa, Academically Adrift, Limited. Learning on College Campuses, Chicago, University of Chicago. Press, 2011, 145-46. 2. Jacqueline Jones, Preface to the New Edition of Labor of Love. Labor of Sorrow, Black Women, Work and the Family, From Slavery to the Present, Reverend ed. New York, Basic Books, 2010, XIV, XV. Sometimes you may want to refer to a full chapter, abbreviated chapter, part, PT, book, BK, or section, instead of a span of page numbers. N. 3. Srikant M. Datta, David A. Garvin, and Patrick G. Cullen. Rethinking the MBA, Business Education at a Crossroads, Boston. Harvard Business Press, 2010, pt 2. Some books printed before 1800 do not carry page numbers but are divided into signatures and then into leaves or folios, each with a front side, recto or R, and a back side, verso, or V. To cite such pages, include the relevant string of numbers and identifiers, run together without spaces or italics, for example, G6V, 176R, 232RV, or, if you are citing entire folios. Following 49. 17.1.7.2 Other types of locators. Sometimes you will want to cite a specific note, agur or table, or a numbered line, as in some works of poetry. Note numbers. Use the abbreviation N, plural NN, to cite notes. If the note cited is the only footnote on its page or is an unnumbered footnote, add N after the page number, with no intervening space or punctuation. If there Are other footnotes or endnotes on the same page as the note cited? List the page number followed by N, or, if two or more consecutive notes are cited, NN and the note number, S. N. 1. Anthony Grafton, The Footnote, A Curious History. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1997, 72N. 2. Dwight Bollinger, Language, The Loaded Weapon. London, Longman, 1980, 192N23, 192N30, 199N14. 201NN1617. Illustration and table numbers. Use the abbreviation G for GOR, but spell out table, map, plate, and names of other types of illustrations. Give the page number before the illustration number. N. 3. Richard Sobel, Public Opinion in U.S. Foreign Policy. The Controversy over Contra Aid, Boston, Rowman and Littlefield, 1993, 87, Table 5.3. Line numbers. For poetry and other works best identified by line number. Avoid the abbreviations L. Line, and LL. Lines, they are too easily confused with the numerals 1 and 11. Use line or lines, or use numbers alone where you have made it clear that you are referring to lines. N. 4. Ogden Nash, Song for Ditherers, lines 1, 4. 17.1.8 Chapters and other parts of a book. In most cases, you can cite the main title of any book that offers a continuous argument, narrative, or theme, even if you actually use only a section of it. But sometimes you will want to cite an independent essay or chapter if that is the part most relevant to your research. By doing so, you help readers see how the source ties into your project. B. Nishizaki, Yoshinori. Big is Good, The Benharnjumse Observatory Tower in Suphanburi. In a Sarong for Clio, Essays on the Intellectual and Cultural History of Thailand inspired by Craig J. Reynolds, edited by Maurizio Pileggi, 14362. Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 2015. Instead of Pileggi, Maurizio, ed. A Sarong for Clio, Essays on the Intellectual and Cultural History of Thailand inspired by Craig J. Reynolds. Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 2015. 17.1.8.1 Parts of single author books. If you cite a chapter or other titled part of a single author book, include the title of the part RST in Roman type and enclosed in quotation marks after the designation in. Give the book title. In a bibliography entry, include the full span of page numbers for that part following the book title. In a note, give the page number, S, for a specific reference as you would for any other quotation. N. 1. Roxana Gay, The Careless Language of Sexual Violence, in Bad Feminist, New York, Harper Perennial, 2014, 130. B. Gay, Roxana. The careless language of sexual violence. In Bad Feminist, 1/2836. New York, Harper Perennial, 2014. If you cite a part with a generic title such as Introduction, Preface, or Afterword, add that term before the title of the book in Roman type without quotation marks. If the part is written by someone other than the main author of the book, give the part author's name RST and the book author's name after the title. N. 2. Grant H. Kester, Preface to the 2013 edition of Conversation Pieces, Community and Communication in Modern Art, Updated ed. Berkeley, University of California Press, 2013, 12. 3. Craig Calhoun, Forward to Multicultural Politics, Racism, Ethnicity, and Muslims in Britain, by Tarek Moduad, Minneapolis. University of Minnesota Press, 2005, 12. If the author of the generic part is the same as the author of the book, cite the book as a whole in the bibliography, not just the part. B. Calhoun, Craig. Forward to Multicultural Politics, Racism, Ethnicity, and Muslims in Britain, by Tarek Moduad, IXXV. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2005. Kester, Grant H. Conversation Pieces, Community and Communication in Modern Art. Updated ed. Berkeley, University of California Press, 2013. 17.1.8.2 Parts of edited collections. If you cite part of an edited collection with contributions by multiple authors, list the part author and title, in Roman type, enclosed in quotation marks, RST. After the designation in, give the book title and the name of the editor. In a bibliography entry, include the full span of page numbers for that part. Following the book title, in a note, give the page number, S, for a specific reference as you would for any other quotation. N. 1. Cameron Binkley, Saving Redwoods, Clubwomen and Conservation, 1900-1925, in California Women and Politics, From the Gold Rush to the Great Depression, ed. Robert W. Cherney, Mary Ann Irwin, and Anne Marie Wilson, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 2011, 155. B. Binkley, Cameron. Saving Redwoods, Clubwomen and Conservation, 1900-1925. In California Women and Politics. From the Gold Rush to the Great Depression, edited by Robert W. Cherney, Mary Ann Irwin, and Anne Marie Wilson, 151-74. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 2011. If you cite two or more contributions to the same edited collection, you may use one of the space-saving shortened forms discussed in 16.4.1. The RST time you cite any part from the book in a note, give full bibliographical information about both the part and the book as a whole. Thereafter, if you cite another part from the book, provide the full author's name and title of the part, but give the information about the book in shortened form. Subsequent notes for individual parts follow one of the shortened note forms, author only, shown here, or author title. N. 2. Robert Brueggemann, Built Environment of the Chicago Region. In Chicago Neighborhoods and Suburbs, A Historical Guide, ed. N. Durkin Keating, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2008, 259. 3. Janice L. Reif, Contested Spaces, in Keating, 55. 4. Brueggemann, 299 300. 5. Reif, 57. In your bibliography, provide a full citation for the whole book and a variation on the shortened note form for individual parts. B. Brueggemann, Robert. Built Environment of the Chicago Region. In Keating, 76 314. Keating, Ann Durkin, ed. Chicago Neighborhoods and Suburbs, A Historical Guide. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2008. Reif, Janice, L. Contested Spaces. In Keating, 55-63. 17.1.8.3 Works in Anthologies. Cite a short story, poem, essay, or other work published in an anthology in the same way you would a contribution to an edited collection with multiple authors. Give the titles of most works published in anthologies in Roman type, enclosed in quotation marks. An exception is a book-length poem or prose work that is anthologized in full or in part. Its title should be italicized, see 22.3.2. N. 1. Isabel Allende, The Spirits Were Willing, in the Oxford Book of Latin American Essays, ed. Island Stavans, New York, Oxford University Press, 1997, 463-64. B. Wigglesworth, Michael. Excerpt from The Day of Doom. In the New Anthology of American Poetry, Vol. 1, Traditions and Revolutions, Beginnings to 1900, edited by Stephen Gould. Axelrod, Camille Roman and Thomas Travisano, 68-74. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 2003. If the original publication date of a work is important in the context of your paper, include it after the title of the work and before the title of the anthology in both your notes and your bibliography. N. 2. Isabel Allende, The Spirits Were Willing, 1984, in the Oxford Book. B. Wigglesworth, Michael. Excerpt from The Day of Doom. 1662. In the New Anthology. 17.1.9 Letters and Other Communications in Published Collections. To cite a letter, memorandum, or other such item collected in a book, give the names of the sender and recipient followed by the date of the correspondence. For unpublished personal communications, see 17.6.2, for unpublished letters in manuscript collections, see 17.7.4. The word letter is unnecessary, but label other forms, such as a report or memorandum. Give the title and other data for the collection in the usual form for an edited book. Subsequent notes to the same item can be shortened to the names of the sender and recipient, plus a date if necessary. N. 1. Henry James to Edith Wharton, November 8, 1905, in letters. Ed. Leon et al., Vol. 4, 1895-1916, Cambridge, Ma. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, 1984, 373. 2. James to Wharton, 375. 3. E. B. White to Harold Ross, Memorandum, May 2, 1946, in Letters of E. B. White, ed. Dorothy Lebrano Guth, New York, Harper & Row, 1976, 273. In the bibliography, cite the whole collection. B. James, Henry. Letters. Edited by Leon et al. Volume 4, 1895-1916. Cambridge, Ma. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press. 1984. White, E. B. Letters of E. B. White. Edited by Dorothy Lebrano. Guth. New York, Harper & Row, 1976. 17.1.10 Electronic books. Electronic books, or e-books, are cited just like print books, as discussed throughout 17.1. In addition, you will need to include information about the format you consulted. If you read the book online, include a URL. If you consulted the book in a commercial database, you can instead give the name of the database. See 15.4.1 for more details. On the other hand, if you downloaded a book from Amazon or Apple or the like in a format that requires a specific app or device, include that information instead. Many ebook formats lack XED page numbers. Avoid citing app or device-specific screen or location numbers, which may not be the same for others even if they consult the same format. Instead, cite by chapter or section number, see 17.1.7.1, or, if these are unnumbered, by the name of the chapter or section, see 17.1.8. Especially for a frequently cited source, it may be better simply to consult a version that reproduces the pagination of a printed edition. In the Dostoevsky example below, the page images from the Internet Archive are easier to cite than the Readable Project Gutenberg text, and because they reproduce the original text exactly, they are also more authoritative. N. 1. Janet M. Davis, The Gospel of Kindness, Animal Welfare and the Making of Modern America, Oxford, Oxford University Press. 2016, 14445, https://doi.org/101093/ecprof, OSO/ 9780199733156.001.0001 2. Eric Schlosser, Fast Food Nation, The Dark Side of the American Meal, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 2001, 88, ProQuest. eBrary. 3. Jessa Crispin, The Dead Ladies Project, Exiles, Expats, and Countries, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2015, 10101. Adobe Digital Editions PDF. 4. Malcolm Gladwell, Outliers, The Story of Success, Boston. Little, Brown, 2008, Chapter 1, Sector 4, Kindle. 5. Harper Lee, Go Set a Watchman, New York, Harper, 2015. Chapter 19, iBooks. 6. Fyodor Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment, Trans. Constance Garnett, Project Gutenberg, last updated November 5, 2012, pt 6. Chapter 1, http gutenberg.org/files/2554/2554-h. Or, better. 6. Fyodor Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment, Trans. Constance Garnett, ed. William Allen Nielsen, New York, P.F. Collier and Son. 1917, 444, https://archive.org/details/crimepunishment00 B. Crispin, Jessa. The Dead Ladies Project, Exiles, Expats, and Countries. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2015. Adobe Digital Editions PDF. Davis, Janet M. The Gospel of Kindness, Animal Welfare and the Making of Modern America. Oxford, Oxford University Press. 2016 https://doi.org/101093/acprof, OSO/ 978019733156001.0001. Dostoevsky, Fyodor. Crime and Punishment. Translated by Constance Garnett. Edited by William Allen Nielsen. New York. P.F. Collier, 1917. https://archive.org/details/ crimepunishment00 Gladwell, Malcolm. Outliers, The Story of Success. Boston, Little, Brown, 2008. Kindle. Lee, Harper. Go Set a Watchman. New York, Harper, 2015. iBooks. Schlosser, Eric. Fast Food Nation, The Dark Side of the American Meal. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 2001. ProQuest eBrary. 17.2 Journal articles. Journals are scholarly or professional periodicals available primarily in academic libraries and by subscription. They often include the word journal in their title, Journal of Modern History, but not always, signs. Journals are not the same as magazines, which are usually intended for a more general readership. This distinction is important because journal articles and Magazine articles are cited differently, see 17.3. If you are unsure whether a periodical is a journal or a magazine, see whether its articles include citations. If so, treat it as a journal. Many journal articles are available online, often through your school's library website or from a commercial database. To cite an article that you read online, include a URL. If a URL is listed along with the article, use that instead of the one in your browser's address bar. If a DOI is listed, append the DOI to https://doi.org/ to form the URL. If you consulted the article in a commercial database, you may give the name of the database instead of a URL. See 15.4.1 for more details. 17.2.1 Author's name. Give authors' names exactly as they appear at the heads of their articles. Names in the notes are listed in standard order, RST name RST. In the bibliography, the name of the RST listed author is inverted. For some special cases, see 16.2.2.2. 17.2.2 Article title. List complete article titles and subtitles. Use Roman type, separate the title from the subtitle with a colon, and enclose both in quotation marks. Use headline style capitalization, see 22.3.1. N. 1. Quentin Taylor, The Mask of Publius, Alexander Hamilton, and The Politics of Expediency, American Political Thought 5, No. 1. Winter 2016, 63, https://doi.org/101086/6845559. B. Taylor, Quentin. The Mask of Publius, Alexander Hamilton and the Politics of Expediency. American Political Thought 5, No. 1. Winter 2016, 55-79. https://doi.org/101086/6845559. Terms normally italicized in text, such as species names and book titles, remain italicized within an article title. Terms quoted in the title are enclosed in single quotation marks because the title itself is within double quotation marks. Do not add either a colon or a period after a title or subtitle that ends in a question mark or an exclamation point. If the title would normally be followed by a comma, as in the shortened note example below, see 16.4.1. Use both marks. See also 21.12.1. N. 2. Lisa A. Toomey, Taboo or Tolerable. Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls in Post-War Spain, Hemingway Review 30, No. 2. Spring 2011, 55. 3. Toomey, Taboo or Tolerable, 56. B. Lewis, Judith. 'Tis a Misfortune to be a Great Lady, Maternal Mortality in the British Aristocracy, 1558-1959. Journal of British Studies 37, No. 1, January 1998, 26:53. http:// www.jsdr.org/stable/176034. Titles in languages other than English should generally be capitalized. Sentence style, see 22.3.1, according to the conventions of the particular language. If you add an English translation, enclose it in brackets, without quotation marks. N. 4. Antonio Carreno Rodriguez, Modernidad en la Literatura. Gachesca, Carnavalización y Parodia en el Fausto de Estanislao. Del Campo, Hispania 92, No. 1, March 2009, 13-14, http:// www.jsdr.org/stable/40648253. B. Kern, W. Waarversamelde Pigafetazigen Malays Woorden. Where did Pigafetta collect his Malaysian words? Tijdschrift. Voor Indische Taal, Land en Volkenkunde 78, 1938, to 71-73. 17.2.3 Journal title. After the article title, list the journal title in italics, with headline style. Capitalization, see 22.3.1. Give the title exactly as it appears on the title page or on the journal website. Do not use abbreviations, although you can omit an initial. The see also 22.3.2.1. If the official title is an initialism, such as PMLA, do not expand it. For non-English journal titles, you may use either headline style or sentence style capitalization, but retain all initial articles. Der Spiegel. 17.2.4 Issue information. Most journal citations include volume number, issue number, month or season, and year. Readers may not need all of these elements to locate an article, but including them all guards against a possible error in one of them. 17.2.4.1 Volume and issue numbers. The volume number follows the journal title without intervening punctuation and is not italicized. Use Arabic numerals even if the journal itself uses Roman numerals. If there is an issue number, it follows the volume number, separated by a comma and preceded by no n. 1. Campbell Brown, consequentialize this, Ethics 121, No. 4. July 2011, 752, https://doi.org/101086/660696. B. Ionescu, Felicia. Risky Human Capital and Alternative Bankruptcy. Regimes for Student Loans. Journal of Human Capital 5, No. 2. Summer 2011, 153-206. https://doi.org/101086/661744. When a journal uses issue numbers only, without volume numbers, a comma follows the journal title. B. Beattie, J.M. The Pattern of Crime in England, 1660-1800. Past and Present, No. 62, February 1974, 47-95. 17.2.4.2 Date of publication. The date of publication appears in parentheses after the volume number and issue information. Follow the practice of the journal regarding date information. It must include the year, and may include a season, a month, or an exact day. Capitalize seasons in journal citations, even though they are not capitalized in text. N. 1. Marjorie Garber, Over the Influence, Critical Inquiry 42, Number 4. Summer 2016, 735, https://doi.org/101086/686960. B. Bartfeld, Judy, and Myung Kim. Participation in the School Breakfast Program, New Evidence from the ECLSK. Social Service Review 84, Number 4, December 2010, 54162. https://doi.org/10.1086/657109. If an article has been accepted for publication but has not yet appeared, use forthcoming in place of the date and page numbers. Treat any article not yet accepted for publication as an unpublished manuscript. See 17.7.4. N. 2. Margaret M. Author, article title, journal name 98. Forthcoming. B. Author, Margaret M. Article title, journal name 98, forthcoming. 17.2.5 page numbers. If you cite a particular passage in a note, give only the specific page, s. cited. For a bibliography entry or a note that cites the entire article, give the full span of page numbers for the article, see 23.2.4. By convention, page numbers of journal articles follow colons rather than commas. N. 1. Tim Hitchcock, Begging on the Streets of 18th Century. London, Journal of British Studies 44, Number 3, July 2005, 478, https://doi.org/10.1086/429704. B. Wong, Shi-Pi-Yu. We Are Scottsboro Boys, Hideo Noda's Visual Rhetoric of Transracial Solidarity. American Art 30, Number 1. Spring 2016, 16-20. https://doi.org/101086/686545. 17.2.6 Special Issues and Supplements. A journal issue devoted to a single theme is known as a special issue. It carries a normal volume and issue number. If a special issue has a title and an editor of its own, include both in the citations. The title is given in Roman type and enclosed in quotation marks. N. 1. Rajeshwari Sundar Rajan, Zeitgeist and the Literary Text, India. 1947, in Karachulain Hiders My Temples, 2 and Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children, in around 1948, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Global Transformation, ed. Leela Gandhi and Deborah L. Nelson, Special Issue, Critical Inquiry 40, Number 4, Summer 2014, 440-41, https://doi.org/101086/6764415. B. Sundar Rajan, Rajaswari. Zeitgeist and the Literary Text, India. 1947, in Karachulain Hiders My Temples, 2 and Salman. Rushdie's Midnight's Children. In around 1948. Interdisciplinary Approaches to Global Transformation, edited by Leela Gandhi and Deborah L. Nelson. Special Issue, Critical Inquiry 40, Number 4, Summer 2014, 43965. https://doi.org/101086/6764415. If you need to cite the issue as a whole, omit the article information. B. Gandhi, Leela, and Deborah L. Nelson, eds. Around 1948. Interdisciplinary Approaches to Global Transformation. Special Issue, Critical Inquiry 40, Number 4, Summer 2014. A journal supplement may also have a title and an author or editor of its own. Unlike a special issue, it is numbered separately from the regular issues of the journal, often with S as part of its page numbers. Use a comma between the volume number and the supplement number. N. 2. Ivor Ekeland, James J. Heckman, and Lars Neshim. Identification and Estimation of Hedonic Models, in Papers in Honor of Sherwin Rosen, Journal of Political Economy 112, S1. February 2004, S72, https://doi.org/101086/379947. B. Ekeland, Ivor, James J. Heckman, and Lars Neshim. Identification and Estimation of Hedonic Models. In Papers in Honor of Sherwin Rosen, Journal of Political Economy 112, S1. February 2004, S60 S109. https://doi.org/101086/379947. 17.2.7 Abstracts. You can cite information in the abstract of a journal article or other work in a note. Include the full citation for the journal article or other work, such as a dissertation, and insert the word abstract within the citation, following the title. N. 1. Campbell Brown, Consequentialize This, Abstract, Ethics 121. Number 4, July 2011, 749. In your bibliography, cite the full article, or other work, and not the abstract. 17.3 Magazine Articles. Articles in magazines are cited much like journal articles, see 17.2, but dates and page numbers are treated differently. Cite magazines by date only, even if they are numbered by volume and issue. Do not enclose the date in parentheses. If you cite a specific passage in a note, include its page number. But you may omit the article's inclusive page numbers in a bibliography entry, since magazine articles often span many pages that include extraneous material. If you include page numbers, Use a comma rather than a colon to separate them from the date of issue. As with journals, you can omit an initial "the" from the magazine title. See also 22.3.2.1 N. 1. Jill Lepore, The Woman Card, New Yorker, June 27, 2016, 23. B. Lepore, Jill. The Woman Cardinal. New Yorker, June 27, 2016. If you cite a department or column that appears regularly, capitalize it. Headline style and do not enclose it in quotation marks. N. 2. Barbara Walraff, Word Court, Atlantic Monthly, June 2005, 128. Magazine articles consulted online should include a URL, see 15.4.1.3, or the name of a commercial database, see 15.4.1.4. Typically there will be no page numbers to cite. N. 3. Gabriel Roth, Old England's Overthrow, Slate, June 24, 2016. http www.slate.com/articles/and_and_politics British establishment conspired with voters to destroy itself HTML 4. Michael K. Williams, interview by Eliana Docterman, time, July 25, 2016, EBSCO host. B. Lukianoff, Greg, and Jonathan Haidt. The Coddling of the American Mind. Atlantic, September 2015. http://www.theatlantic.com/magazine/archive/2015 The American Mind /399356/ Magazine articles published online sometimes include readers' comments. These are cited like comments on blog posts, see 17.5.2. 17.4 Newspaper articles. 17.4.1 Name of newspaper. You can usually omit an initial "the" from the name of an English language newspaper, see also 22.3.2.1. If the name of a local newspaper does not include a city, it may be added to the official title. If a name is shared by many cities or is obscure, you may add the state or province in parentheses. For abbreviations, see 24.3.1. For national papers, you may need to identify the country. For non-English newspapers, you may use headline style capitalization, but retain an initial article if it is formally part of the name. Add city or other information after titles for clarity, if necessary. Chicago Tribune. New York Times. Hackensack, N.J., Record. St. Paul, Alberta Orb, Journal. Le Monde. Lactonicatihoy, Mexico City. Al Akbar, Beirut. Times, UK. The name of a news website can usually be treated in a similar way, except that a location will rarely be necessary. Huffington Post. Vox. For blogs, which are treated similarly, see 17.5.2. For websites, see 17.5.1. 17.4.2 Citing newspapers in notes. In most cases, cite articles and other pieces from newspapers, or news websites, only in notes. Include a specific article in your bibliography only, if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. Follow the general pattern for citation of articles in magazines, see 17.3. Omit page numbers, even for a printed edition, because a newspaper may have several editions in which items may appear on different pages or may even be dropped. You may clarify which edition you consulted by adding Null edition, Midwest edition, or whatever applies. Articles read online should include a URL. For articles obtained through a commercial database, you may give the name of the database instead. See 15.4.1 for more details. N. 1. Residency ruling, State Supreme Court guts local control. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, editorial, June 24, 2016. 2. Fergus McIntosh, letter to the editor, New York Times, June 24, 2016. 3. John Perel's, obituary for David Bowie, New York Times. January 26, 2016, New York edition. 4. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, interview by Simon Denier, Washington Post, April 17, 2011. 5. Rob P. Guerrero, Apple's iPhone is sleek, smart, and simple. Washington Post, July 5, 2007, LexisNexis Academic. 6. Associated Press, ex-UConn student applies for probation. Over mac and cheese meltdown, USA Today College, November 23, 2015, http://college.usatoday.com/2015/11/23. UConn probation / 7. Aaron Anderson, Through the Eyes of Generation Z, Globe and Mail, Toronto, June 25, 2016, http://www.theglobeandmail.com. News/national/Through the Eyes of Generation Z /article 30571914/. 8. Dara Lind, Moving to Canada, Explained, Vox, September 15, 2016, http://vox.com/2016/5/9. B. Svrolega, Susan. Harvard Law School will no longer require LSAT for admission. Washington Post, March 9, 2017. www.washingtonpost.com/news/grade-point/WP. Harvard Law School will no longer require the LSAT for admission. To cite a comment, refer to a shortened form of the article, which must be cited or mentioned in full elsewhere. See also 17.5.2. N. 9. Lauren K., March 9, 2017, comment on Svrolega, Harvard Law School Articles from Sunday magazine, supplements or other special sections should be treated as you would magazine articles, see 17.3. 17.4.3 Citing newspapers in text. Often you will be able to cite an article by weaving several key elements into your text. At a minimum, include the name and date of the paper, and the author of the article, if any. Some of this information can appear in parentheses, even if it does not follow the form for parenthetical notes described in 16.4.3. In his op-ed in support of a challenge by students over the use of Woodrow Wilson's name at Princeton, New York Times, November 24, 2015, Davis traces the negative impact of Wilson's policies on his paternal grandfather's career at the government printing office. 17.5 Websites, blogs, and social media. 17.5.1 Website content. Cite web pages and related content by identifying the following elements: author, title of the page, in Roman type, enclosed in quotation marks, title or description of the site, usually in Roman type, see 22.3.2.3, the owner or sponsor of the site, if not the same as the title, and a publication or revision date. Include a URL as the null element, see 15.4.1.3. For a frequently updated source, such as a wiki, you can record a time stamp if the source includes one. If no date can be determined from the source, include an access date, see 15.4.1.5. Cite website content in the notes. Include a specific item in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. N. 1. Privacy policy, privacy and terms, Google, last modified March 25, 2016, http www.google.com/policies/privacy. 2. Balkan Romani, Endangered Languages, Alliance for Linguistic Diversity, accessed June 10, 2016, http://www.endangeredlanguages.com/lang/5342. 3. Wikipedia, Manual of Style, Wikimedia Foundation, last modified June 27, 2016, 957, http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki. Wikipedia, Manual_of_style. 4. Susan B. Higgins, High School Students Explore Key Issues Facing American Indian Communities, News at Princeton, Princeton University, June 23, 2016, https://www.princeton.edu/main/news/ archive/s46/66/02a46/. 5. History, Columbia University, accessed July 1, 2016, http://www.columbia.edu/content/history.html. In a bibliography, list a source that doesn't include an author under the title of the website or the name of its owner or sponsor. B. Google. Privacy policy. Privacy and terms. Last modified March 25, 2016. http www.google.com/intl/n/privacypolicy.html. Articles from news websites can usually be cited like articles in newspapers. See 17.4. For blogs, see 17.5.2. 17.5.2 Blog posts. Blog posts, also called entries, are similar to articles in magazines and newspapers and can be cited in much the same way. See 17.3 and 17.4. Put the title of the post in quotation marks and the title of the blog in italics. You can indicate blog in parentheses if it is not clear from the title. If the blog is part of a larger publication such as a newspaper or website, give the name of the publication after the title of the blog. Citations of blog posts can usually be limited to notes. Include a specific item in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. If you cite multiple posts from the same blog, you may choose to cite the blog as a whole in the bibliography. N. 1. Sharon Jason, is selfie culture making our kids selfish? Well, blog, New York Times, June 23, 2016, http://well.blogs.newyorktimes.com/2016/06/23. Selfish/. 2. Lindy West, Sweden introduces new gender-neutral pronoun. Makes being a man illegal. Jezebel, April 11, 2013, http://jezebel.com. Makes Bay 4724920079. 3. William Germano, Futurist Shock, Lingua Franca, blog. Chronicle of Higher Education, February 15, 2017, http://www.chronicle.com/blogs/linguafranca/2017. B. Germano, William. Futurist Shock. Lingua Franca, blog. Chronicle of Higher Education, February 15, 2017, http://www.chronicle.com/blogs/linguafranca/2017. Shock/ or Lingua Franca, blog. Chronicle of Higher Education. http://www.chronicle.com/blogs/linguafranca. Comments can be cited in terms of a shortened form of the original post, which must be cited or mentioned in full elsewhere. Cite the name exactly as it appears, along with any identifying information in parentheses. List the date of the comment rather than the date of the post, though they may be the same. N. 4. Mubera, Istanbul, June 26, 2016, comment on Jason, selfie culture. 17.5.3 Social media. Social media content is normally cited in the text or notes but not in the bibliography. Include a specific item in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. To cite direct messages and other personal or private content, follow the guidelines for citing personal communications, see 17.6.2. For publicly posted content, model your citations on the examples shown here. Include the following elements. 1. The author of the post. List a screen name in addition to the name of the person or group on the account, if known. Otherwise, just use the screen name. 2. In place of a title, the text of the post. Quote up to the RST 160 characters. Enough to capture the typical text message, capitalized as in the original. If you quoted the post in your text, there is no need to repeat it in a note. 3. The type of post. This can include a description, photo, video, etc. 4. The date, including month, day, and year. You can also include a time stamp to help differentiate a post from others on the same day. 5. A URL. A URL can often be found via the date stamp for the item. Comments are cited in reference to a shortened form of the original post, which must be cited in full elsewhere, like newspaper articles or blog posts. Social media can often be cited in the text, as in the RST example. If it is especially important to link back to the original post, use a note instead. Conan O'Brien's tweet was characteristically deadpan, in honor of Earth Day. I'm recycling my tweets, at Conan O'Brien, April 22, 2015. N. 1. Junot Diaz always surprises my students when I tell them that the real medieval was more diverse than the fake ones most of us consume. Facebook, February 24, 2016, https://www.facebook.com/ Junot Diaz writer /posts /972495572815454. 2. Conan O'Brien, at Conan O'Brien, in honor of Earth Day, I'm recycling my tweets. Twitter, April 22, 2015, 11:10 a.m. https://twitter.com/conan-status/5909407929670164448. 3. Chicago Manual of Style, is the world ready for singular they? We thought so back in 1993. Facebook, April 17, 2015, https://www.facebook.com/chicagomanual/posts/101529061936799151. 4. Pete Souza, at Pete Souza, President Obama bids farewell to President Xi of China at the conclusion of the Nuclear Security Summit. Instagram photo, April 1, 2016, https://www.instagram.com/ p/bdrmfxttnct/. 5. Chris Tapslissis, February 24, 2016, comment on Diaz, always. Surprises. 6. Michelle Trudy, April 17, 2015, comment on Chicago Manual of Style, singular they. B. Chicago Manual of Style. Is the world ready for singular they? We thought so back in 1993. Facebook, April 17, 2015. https://www.facebook.com/chicagomanual/posts/1015290619379151. Items shared on social media tend to disappear. Always keep a screenshot of whatever you cite in case you need to refer to it later. See also 15.4.1.1. 17.5.4 Online forums and mailing lists. To cite material from an online forum or mailing list, include the name of the correspondent, the title of the subject or thread, in quotation marks and capitalized as in the original, the name of the forum or list, and the date and time of the post or message. Omit email addresses. Posts on private forums or lists should be cited as personal communications. See 17.6.2. Include a URL. See 15.4.1.3. As with social media, see 17.5.3, such items should normally be cited in a note but may instead be incorporated into the text. N. 1. Caroline Braun, reply to How Did the Cool Kids from High School Turn Out, Quora, August 9, 2016, https://www.quora.com/ How Did the Cool Kids from High School Turn Out / 2. Sharon Naylor, removing a thesis, email to EDUC and Behavior Science Allah discussion list, August 23, 2011, 1:47 and 54 seconds PM ET. http://listserv.uncc.edu/archives/ebss-1.html. Or Sharon Naylor, in her email of August 23, 2011, to the EDUC and Behavior Science Allah discussion list, http://listserv.uncc.edu. Archives/ebss1.html, pointed out that 17.6 Interviews and Personal Communications. 17.6.1 Interviews. Unpublished interviews, including those you have conducted yourself, should usually be cited only in notes. Include a specific interview in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. Begin the note with the names of the person interviewed and the interviewer. Also, include the place and date of the interview, if known, and the location of any recordings or transcripts, if available. Notice the form for a shortened note, which differs from the usual pattern. See 16.4.1. N. 1. David Shields, interview by author, Seattle, July 22, 2016. 2. Benjamin Spock, interview by Milton J. E. Sen, November 20, 1974, interview 67A, transcript, Sen Oral History Collection. National Library of Medicine, Bethesda, MD. 3. Shields, interview, Spock, interview. If you cannot reveal the name of the person interviewed, cite it in a form appropriate to the context. Explain the absence of a name. All interviews were confidential. The names of interviewees are withheld by mutual agreement, in a note or a preface. N. 4. Interview with a home health aide, July 31, 2017. Cite a published interview according to the rules for that type of publication, with one difference: the interviewee is treated as author. If the identity of the interviewee is clear from the title, it need not be repeated in a note but should be listed in a bibliography. N. 5. Edward Snowden explains how to reclaim your privacy. Interview by Michael Lee, The Intercept, November 12, 2015, https://theintercept.com/2015/11/12. Reclaim your privacy / B. Snowden, Edward. Edward Snowden explains how to reclaim your privacy. Interview by Michael Lee. The Intercept, November 12, 2015. https://theintercept.com/2015/11/12. Edward Snowden explains how to reclaim your privacy / For more examples, see 17.3, Magazine, 17.4.2, Newspaper, 17.10.3.6. Video. See also 22.3.2.1. 17.6.2 Personal communications. Cite conversations, letters, email, or text messages, and direct or private messages shared through social media only in notes. The key elements are the name of the other person, the type of communication, and the date of the communication. In many cases, you may be able to use a parenthetical note, see 16.4.3, or include some or all of this information in the text. Omit email addresses. To cite content shared publicly through social media, see 17.5.3, for online forums and mailing lists, see 17.5.4. To cite letters in published collections, see 17.1.9. For items in manuscript collections, see 17.7.4. In a conversation with me on March 1, 2017, Carla C. Ramirez confirmed that a copy of the postcard, postmarked San Diego, March 7, 1965. Emma Fenton to author, Instagram direct message, March 25, 2017. N. 1. Roland J. Zuckerman, email message to author, June 1, 2017. 17.7 Papers, lectures, and manuscript collections. 17.7.1 Theses and dissertations. Theses and dissertations are cited much like books except for the title, which is in Roman type and enclosed in quotation marks. After the author and title, list the kind of paper, the academic institution, and the date. Like The publication data for a book, these are enclosed in parentheses in a note, but not in a bibliography. Abbreviate dissertation as dis. If you've consulted the paper online, include a URL. If you consulted the paper in an institutional repository or commercial database, you can list the name of the repository or database instead. See 15.4.1 for more details. N. 1. Karen Lee Kulkasi, Cartographic Representations of Kurdistan in the Print Media, Master's Thesis, Syracuse University. 2003, 15. 2. Dana S. Levin, Let's Talk About Sex. Education, Exploring Youth Perspectives, Implicit Messages, and Unexamined Implications of Sex Education in Schools, Ph.D. Dis, University of Michigan, 2010, 1012, http://handle.net/2027.42/75809. 3. Guadalupe Navarro Garcia, Integrating Social Justice Values in Educational Leadership, A Study of African American and Black University Presidents, Ph.D. Dis, University of California, Los Angeles, 2016, 44, ProQuest Dissertations and Theses Global. B. Navarro Garcia, Guadalupe. Integrating Social Justice Values in Educational Leadership, A Study of African American and Black University Presidents. Ph.D. Dis, University of California, Los Angeles, 2016. ProQuest Dissertations and Theses Global. 17.7.2 Lectures and Papers Presented at Meetings. Cite a lecture or a paper presented at a meeting by the name of the speaker or presenter and the title of the speech or presentation, in quotation marks, followed by the sponsorship and location of the meeting and the date of the speech or presentation. Information about the meeting is enclosed in parentheses in a note but not in a bibliography. If you consulted a text or transcript of the lecture or paper online, include a URL, see 15.4.1.3. If you watched or listened to the presentation online, adapt the examples here to the advice at 17.10.3.3. N. 1. Viviana Hong, Censorship in Children's Literature During Argentina's Dirty War, 1976-1983, Lecture, University of Chicago. Chicago, Illinois, April 30, 2015. 2. Julie Leninger Piecier, Trailblazers and Harbingers, Mexicans in New York before 1970, paper presented at the 130th Annual Meeting of the American Historical Society, Atlanta, GA, January 8, 2016. B. Carvalho Filho, Irene D., and Renato P. Colli Steet. Education. Performance, was it all determined 100 years ago? Evidence. From São Paulo, Brazil. Paper presented at the 70th Annual Meeting of the Economic History Association, Evanston, Illinois. September 24-26, 2010. http://mpra.ub.uni-muenchen.de 24494/1/mpra_paper_244494 PDF 17.7.3 Pamphlets and Reports. Cite a pamphlet, corporate report, brochure, or similar freestanding publication as you would a book. If you lack data for some of the usual elements, such as author and publisher, give enough other information to identify the document. Such sources should usually be cited only in notes. Include such an item in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. Sources consulted online should include a URL, see 15.4.1.3. N. 1. Hazel v. Clark, Mesopotamia, Between Two Rivers. Mesopotamia, O. Trumbull County Historical Society, 1957. 2. Elizabeth Hirshhorn Donahue, ed., Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs, Annual Report 2014-15, Princeton. N.J., Princeton University, 2015, http://www.princeton.edu/about-wws. WW's Annual Report. 17.7.4 Manuscript Collections. Documents from physical collections of unpublished manuscripts involve more complicated and varied elements than published sources. In your citations, include as much identifying information as you can, format the elements consistently, and adapt the general patterns outlined here as needed. 17.7.4.1 Elements to include and their order. If possible, identify the author and date of each item, the title or type of document, the name of the collection, and the name of the depository. In a note, begin with the author's name, if a document has a title but no author, or the title is more important than the author, list the title RST. N. 1. George Creel to Colonel House, September 25, 1918, Edward M. House Papers, Yale University Library, New Haven, CT. 2. James Oglethorpe to the Trustees, January 13, 1733, Phillips. Collection of Egmont Manuscripts, 14200, 13, University of Georgia. Library, Athens, hereafter cited as Egmont MSS. 3. Burton to Merriam, Telegram, January 26, 1923, Box 26, Folder 17, Charles E. Merriam Papers, University of Chicago Library. 4. Minutes of the Committee for Improving the Condition of Free Blacks, Pennsylvania Abolition Society, 1790-1803, Papers of the Pennsylvania Society for the Abolition of Slavery, Historical Society of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, hereafter cited as Minutes. Pennsylvania Society. 5. Memorandum by Alvin Johnson, 1937, File 36, Horace Collin. Papers, YIVO Institute, New York. 6. Joseph Purcell, A Map of the Southern Indian District of North America, ca. 1772, ms 228, Air Collection, Newberry Library, Chicago. For shortened notes, adapt the usual pattern of elements, see 16.4.1, to accommodate the available information and identify the document unambiguously. N. 7 R.S. Baker to House, November 1, 1919, House Papers. 8. Minutes, April 15, 1795, Pennsylvania Society. If you cite only one document from a collection and it is critical to your argument or frequently cited within your paper, you may choose to include it in your bibliography. Begin the entry with the author's name. If a document has a title but no author, or the title is more important than the author, list the title RST. B. Dinkle, Joseph. Description of Louis Agassiz written at the request of Elizabeth Cary Agassiz. 1869. Agassiz Papers. Houghton Library, Harvard University, Cambridge, Ma. If you cite multiple documents from a collection, list the collection as a whole in your bibliography, under the name of the collection, the author, s. of the items in the collection, or the depository. For similar types of unpublished material that have not been placed in archives, replace information about the collection with such wording as in the author's possession or private collection, and do not mention the location. B. Egmont Manuscripts. Phillips Collection. University of Georgia Library, Athens. House, Edward M., Papers. Yale University Library, New Haven. Ct. Pennsylvania Society for the Abolition of Slavery. Papers. Historical Society of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Struther, French, and Edward Lowry. Undated correspondence. Herbert Hoover Presidential Library, West Branch, IA. Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform. Papers. Alice Bellin DuPont Files, Pierre S. DuPont Papers. Eleutherian. Mills Historical Library, Wilmington, D. 17.7.4.2 How to format the elements. Here are some special formatting recommendations for documents in manuscript collections. Specific versus generic titles. Use quotation marks for specific titles of documents but not for generic terms such as report and minutes. Capitalize generic names of this kind only if they are part of a formal heading in the manuscript, not if they are merely descriptive. Locating information. Although some manuscripts may include page numbers that can be included in notes, many will have other types of locators, or none at all. Older manuscripts are usually numbered by signatures only or by folios, following, fols, rather than by page. Some manuscript collections have identifying series or Lie numbers that you can include in a citation. Items on microlm may have roll, or sheet, and frame numbers. Papers and manuscripts. In titles of manuscript collections, the terms papers and manuscripts are synonymous. Both are acceptable, as are the abbreviations MS and MSS, plural. Letters. To cite a letter in a note, start with the name of the letter writer, followed by to and the name of the recipient. You may omit RST names if the identities of the sender and the recipient are clear from the text. Omit the word letter, which is understood, but for other forms of communication, specify the type, telegram, memorandum. For letters in published collections, see 17.1.9. 17.7.5 Online collections. Some manuscript collections have been scanned and organized for consultation online. Cite such items by adapting the rules for manuscript collections in 17.7.4. Include a URL for the item or items cited, see also 15.4.1.3. N. 1. Daily Expenses, July 1787, Images 7, 8, George Washington. Papers, Series 5, Financial Papers, 1750, 96, Library of Congress. Washington, D.C., http://memory.loc.gov/mm/gwhtml. Series 5 HTML. B. Washington, George, Papers. Series 5, Financial Papers, 1750. 96. Library of Congress, Washington, D.C. http://memory.loc.gov. mm/gwhtml/series 5 HTML. 17.8 Older Works and Sacred Works. 17.8.1 Classical, Medieval, and Early English Literary Works. Literary works produced in Classical Greece and Rome, Medieval Europe, and Renaissance England are cited differently from modern literary works. These sources are often organized into numbered sections, books, lines, stanzas, and so forth, that are generally cited in place of page numbers. Because such works have been published in so many versions and translations over the centuries, the facts of publication for modern editions are generally less important than in other types of citations. For this reason, classical, medieval, and early English literary works should usually be cited only in footnotes or, for frequently cited works, in parenthetical notes, see 16.4.3, as in the RST example below. Include the author's name, the title, and the section number, given in Arabic numerals. See below regarding differences in punctuation, abbreviations, and numbers among different types of works. The 80 days of inactivity reported by Thucydides, 8.44.4, for the Peloponnesian fleet at Rhodes, terminating before the end of winter. 8.602.3, suggests N. 1. Ovid, Amores January 7, 27. 2. Beowulf, lines 24017. 3. Spenser, The Faerie Queene, BK2, Canto 8, St 14. If your paper is in literary studies or another eld concerned with close Analysis of texts, or if differences in translations are relevant, include such works in your bibliography. Follow the rules for other translated and edited books in 17.1.1.1. N. 4. Propertius, Elegies, ed. And trans. G. P. Gould, Loeb Classical. Library 18, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1990, 45. B. Aristotle. Complete Works of Aristotle, The Revised Oxford Translation. Edited by J. Barnes. 2 volume. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 1983. 17.8.1.1 Classical Works. In addition to the general principles listed above, the following rules apply to citations of classical works. Use no punctuation between the title of a work and a line or section. Number. Numerical divisions are separated by periods without spaces. Use Arabic numerals and lowercase letters, if needed, for section numbers. Put commas between 2 or more citations of the same source and semicolons between citations of different sources. N. 1. Aristophanes, Frogs 10 1930. 2. Cicero, in Verem February 1, 21, 2.3.120, Tacitus, Germania 10 2 3. 3. Aristotle, Metaphysics 3.2996b 58, Plato, Republic 360e 361b. You can abbreviate the names of authors, works, collections, and so forth. The most widely accepted abbreviations appear in the Oxford Classical Dictionary. Use these abbreviations rather than IBID in succeeding references to the same work. In the RST example, the author, Thucydides, stands in for the title, so no comma is needed. N. 4. Tuke 2.402.3. 5. Pindar, Ism 743.45. 17.8.1.2 Medieval works. The form for classical references works equally well for medieval works written in languages other than English. N. 1. Augustine, De Civitate Dei 20.2. 2. Abelard, Epistle 17 to Heloise, Migny, PL 18375c 378a. 17.8.1.3 Early English works. In addition to the general principles listed above, the following rules apply to citations of early English literary works. Cite poems and plays by book, canto, and stanza, stanza and line, act, scene and line, or similar divisions. N. 1. Chaucer, Wife of Bath's Prologue, Canterbury Tales, lines 105-14. 2. Milton, Paradise Lost, Book 1, lines 83-86. You may shorten numbered divisions by omitting words such as act and line, using a system similar to the one for classical references, see 17.8.1.1. Be sure to explain your system in the RST note. N. 3. Milton, Paradise Lost 183-86, references are to book and line numbers. If editions differ in wording, line numbering, and even scene division, common in works of Shakespeare, include the work in your bibliography with edition specified. If you do not have a bibliography, specify the edition in the RST note. B. Shakespeare, William. Hamlet. Edited by Anne Thompson and Neil Taylor. Arden Shakespeare 3. London, Arden Shakespeare. 2006. 17.8.2 The Bible and Other Sacred Works. Cite the Bible and sacred works of other religious traditions in footnotes, endnotes, or parenthetical notes, see 16.4.3. You do not need to include these works in your bibliography. For citations from the Bible, include the abbreviated name of the book, the chapter number, and the verse number, never a page number. Depending on the context, you may use either traditional or shorter abbreviations for the names of books. See 24.6. Consult your instructor if you are unsure which form is appropriate. Use Arabic numerals for chapter and verse numbers, with a colon between them, and for numbered books, traditional abbreviations. N. 1 Thes 4:11, 5, 2, 5, 5:14. Shorter abbreviations. N. 2 small 11, 1, 17, 11, 26, 27, 1 Ch 10, 13, 14. Since books and numbering differ among versions of the scriptures, identify the version you are using in your RST citation with either the spelled out name or an accepted abbreviation. See 24.6.4. N. 3 2 Kings 11, 8, New Revised Standard Version. 4 1 Cor 6, 1, 10, Nab. For citations from the sacred works of other religious traditions, adapt the general pattern for biblical citations as appropriate. See 24.6.5. 17.9 Reference works and secondary citations. 17.9.1 Reference works. Well-known reference works, such as major dictionaries and encyclopedias, should usually be cited only in notes. You generally need not include them in your bibliography, although you may choose to include a specific work that is critical to your argument or frequently cited. Within the note, you may omit the facts of publication, but you must specify the edition, if not the RST, or unless no edition is specified. Items consulted online will require a URL. See 15.4.1.3, for undated items, include an access date. See 15.4.1.5. For a work arranged by key terms such as a dictionary or encyclopedia, cite the item, not the volume or page number, preceded by SV. Subverbo, under the word, plural s versus n. 1. Oxford English Dictionary, SV. ROFL, accessed March 9, 2017, http://oed.com/view/entry/156942 number ID 1211161030. 2. Encyclopaedia Britannica, SV. Dame Margaret Drabble. Accessed June 26, 2016, http://www.britannica.com/biography. Margaret Drabble. Reference works on disc should include information about the medium. B. Oxford English Dictionary. 2nd ed. New York, Oxford University Press, 2009. CD-ROM, version 4.0. For reference works that are more specialized or less well known, include the publication details in your notes, and list the work in your bibliography. N. 3. MLA Handbook, 8th ed. New York, Modern Language Association of America, 2016, 3.3.2. B. Alscha, Gorka. Basque English Dictionary. Reno, University of Nevada Press, 1989. An individual entry by a named author can be cited like a chapter in a book. See 17.1.8. 17.9.2 Reviews. Reviews of books, performances, and so forth may appear in a variety of periodicals and other sources and should usually be cited only in a note. Include a specific review in your bibliography only if it is critical to your argument or frequently cited. Include the name of the reviewer, the words review of, followed by the name of the work reviewed and its author, or composer, director, or the like, any other pertinent information, such as LM studio or location of a performance, and, NALI, the periodical or other source in which the review appeared. If the review was consulted online, include a URL, see 15.4.1.3. N. 1. Richard Williams, Review of Bob Dylan in Concert at the Royal Albert Hall, London, UK, Guardian, October 22, 2015, https://www.theguardian.com/music/2015/October. Albert Hall, London. 2. Richard Brody, Review of Gravity, directed by Alfonso Cuarón. Warner Brothers Pictures, New Yorker, October 4, 2013. B. Cox, Catherine. Review of Covered in Ink, Tattoos, Women, and the Politics of the Body, by Beverly U.N. Thompson. Journal of Gender Studies 25, No. 3, 2016, 34950. https://101080/09589236236201611718889. 17.9.31 Source quoted in another. Responsible researchers avoid repeating quotations that they have not actually seen in the original. If one source includes a useful quotation from another source, readers expect you to obtain the original to verify not only that the quotation is accurate but also that it fairly represents what the original meant. If the original source is unavailable, however, cite it as quoted in the secondary source in your note. For the bibliography entry, adapt the quoted in format as needed. N. 1. Louis Zukofsky, Sincerity and Objectification, Poetry 37. February 1931, 269, quoted in Bonnie Costello, Marianne Moore. Imaginary Possessions, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. 1981, 78. B. Zukofsky, Louis. Sincerity and Objectification. Poetry 37. February 1931, 269. Quoted in Bonnie Costello, Marianne Moore, Imaginary Possessions, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1981. The same situation may arise with a quotation UND in a secondary source drawn from a primary source, see 3.1. Often you will not be able to consult the primary source, especially if it is in an unpublished manuscript collection. In this case, follow the principles outlined above. If, however, you consult a primary document or other work exhibited by the holding institution as part of an online collection, as opposed to a copy posted by someone else, such a source can usually be considered primary for the purposes of research. See 17.7.5 and 17.10.1.1 for examples. 17.10 Sources in the Visual and Performing Arts. The visual and performing arts generate a variety of sources, including artworks, live performances, broadcasts and streams, recordings in various media, and texts. Citing these sources involves determining which elements are needed to fully identify them, formatting the elements consistently, and adapting the general patterns outlined here as needed. Some of the sources covered in this section, where noted, can be cited in notes only or by weaving the key elements into your text, although you may choose to include a specific item in your bibliography that is critical to your argument or frequently cited. If your paper is for a course in the arts, media studies, or a similar ELD, consult your instructor. 17.10.1 Artworks and Graphics. 17.10.1.1 Paintings, Sculptures, and Photographs. Cite paintings, sculptures, photographs, drawings, and the like only in notes. Include the name of the artist, the title of the artwork, in italics, and date of its creation, preceded by ca circa if approximate, and the name of the institution that houses it, if any, including location. You may also include the medium and related information, if relevant. For images consulted online, include a URL, see also 15.4.1.3. Whenever possible, consult the item through the website of the institution at which the item is physically located. N. 1. Georgia O'Keeffe, The Cliff Chimneys, 1938, Oil on Canvas. Milwaukee Art Museum, http://collection.mam.org. ID equal 11207. 2. Michelangelo, David, 15014, Galleria dell'Accademia, Florence. 3. Ansel Adams, North Dome, Basket Dome, Mount Hoffman, Yosemite, ca. 1935, silver print, 16.5 times 21.9 centimeters, Smithsonian. American Art Museum, Renwick Gallery, Washington, D.C., http://eden.si.edu/som/id/object. 4. Eric Buchholz, Untitled, 1920, Gouache on Paper, Museum of Modern Art, New York, http://www.moma.org/collection/works/38187. Instead of using a note, you can sometimes cite artworks by weaving the elements into your text. Some of the elements can appear in parentheses, even if they do not follow the form for parenthetical notes described in 16.4.3. O'Keeffe first demonstrated this technique in the Cliff Chimneys. 1938, Milwaukee Art Museum. If you viewed the artwork in the context of another work such as a book, and your local guidelines require you to identify this source, give the publication information in place of the institutional name and location. N. 5. Georgia O'Keeffe, The Cliff Chimneys, 1938, in Barbara Buehler. Lines, Leslie Polling-Camps and Frederick W. Turner, Georgia. O'Keeffe and New Mexico, A Sense of Place, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2004, 25. 17.10.1.2 Graphic Arts. Cite graphic sources such as print, advertisements, maps, cartoons, and so forth only in notes, adapting the basic patterns for artworks and giving as much information as possible. Give any title or caption in Roman type, enclosed in quotation marks, and identify the type of graphic, in parentheses, if it is unclear from the title. 4. Items consulted online, include a URL, see 15.4.1.3, for undated sources. Also include an access date, see 15.4.1.5. N. 1. Apple Incorporated, shot on iPhone SIXS by On N, full page. Advertisement, New Yorker, July 4, 2016, back cover. 2. UG Tuesday, map of the tracks of U, AD 1136, Forest of Stone. Steele's Museum, Xi'an, China, stone rubbing, 1933, 84 x 82 centimeters. Library of Congress, http://item/gm7100508. 3. Chrissy Teigen crying at the 2015 Golden Globe Awards. Animated GIF, GIPHY, accessed July 3, 2016, http://giphy.com/gifs. Girl, lol,